Good evening. The school board is currently in a closed meeting, and our regular meeting will begin at 7:15.
Board members, please take your seats. This March 24th, 2022 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence and a performance of the national anthem by the Spring Hill Elementary School Select Band under the direction of Dan Freeman.
I know I'm not supposed to speak.
In order to comply with Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the Board to certify that since Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on March 24th, 2022, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board during the closed meeting. Is there a motion? Ms. Corbett-Sanders, is there a second? Ms. Omesh, all those in favor? And that is unanimous with Ms. Pekarsky away from the table. Agenda item 2.03, announcements. Ms. Pekarsky is absent this evening. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information may be found at the back of the auditorium or on the website at fcps.edu/schoolboard/board docs. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on Channel 99 and live streamed on the website at fcps.edu/TV/channel 99. I call on Mr. Chaudhary for announcement.
Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month, April 2022. Mathematics and statistics are important drivers of innovation in our technological world, in which new systems and methodologies continue to become more complex. April marks a time for increasing appreciation of mathematics and statistics and the significant role they play in addressing many real-world problems, including internet security, sustainability, disease, climate change, the data deluge, and much more. Additionally, tonight we do have a Boy Scout in the audience working towards Eagle Scout status from Troop 1137 on his citizenship of the Community Merit Badge. Please stand to be recognized.
Agenda item 2.04, Art in Our Schools Month Resolution. The board will invite each recognition recipient and their supporters to the dais for a photo with the board after the reading of all the recognitions. I call on Ms. Dernak Koufax for the resolution.
Thank you. Whereas March has been officially designated as Arts in Our School Month, encouraging communities across the nation to focus on dance, music, theater, and visual arts education. And whereas FCPS has a rich performing arts education program with an average of 650 music educators and about 50,000 students in instrumental, choral, and secondary music, and nearly 400 art educators and over 25,000 students in elective secondary art. FCPS hosts one of the largest theater education programs in the United States, with a full-time theater teacher in every middle school and high school, as well as curricular elementary school offerings. FCPS Dance has programs at the elementary school and high school levels. Dance, music, theater, and visual arts students and communities throughout Fairfax County and FCPS demonstrate the importance of the quality of fine and performing arts in our education programs to the lives of young people. And whereas music, dance, theater, and visual arts are powerful tools to unlock the potential of the whole child, numerous research studies show that participation in school arts programs leads to heightened student engagement, along with improved social and school-based outcomes. Students surveyed attribute their fine and performing arts studies to enhancing portrait of a graduate attributes, including communication, collaboration, global citizenship, creative and critical thinking, reliance and self-discipline, as well as leadership abilities. Fine and performing arts studies are also associated with higher grades, better attendance, and fewer discipline referrals. And whereas FCPS schools and instructors are nationally and internationally known through their many accolades, Fairfax County has presented music ensembles at VHEA, ASTA, the Midwest Clinic, NBA, NCFB, NAFME, and many other conferences. Teachers have presented clinics in many of their locations and multiple state conferences. FCPS arts programs are known throughout the state and country as a model of excellence, emphasizing conceptual learning, communication, personal relevance, and innovation. FCPS Fine Arts teachers present at state and National Education Association conferences, receive recognition for excellence in their field, and have their artwork selected for local, regional, and national exhibitions. And whereas FCPS music programs have received several national accolades, notably the Sudler Flag of Honor, the Sudler Cup, the Honor Band, the Blue Ribbon School, induction into the NBA, Northwest Clinic, and others. Our groups often receive superior ratings at the state assessment, local competitions, national competitions, and festivals throughout the United States and abroad. FCPS has also been awarded the NAMM Best Communities for Music Education in 2021, 2020, and 2019. In March and throughout the spring, FCPS pyramids celebrate the arts and pyramid art shows showing the works of elementary, middle, and high schools in each community. And each year, middle and high school artists are recognized with regional and national awards through the Scholastic Arts Awards, as well as recognition in programs. And whereas FCPS Theater and Dance offer a vast array of extracurricular arts experience, which highlight K-12 students, including dance showcases, the Nutcracker, as well as plays, musicals, drama clubs, improv competitions, student-directed one-act festivals, VHSL state one-act competitions, New York City trips, participation in Scotland Edinburgh Festival, and the Cappies. The Cappies, as you may know, is an international high school program that celebrates theater performance, journalism, and student ownership, which originated here in Fairfax County Schools, and FCPS theater students and teachers are recognized at its annual gala hosted at the acclaimed John F. Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. And whereas Music in Our Schools Month, Dance in Our Schools Month, Theater in Our Schools Month, and Youth Art Month remind us that students deserve access to and equity in and the delivery of dance, music, theater, and visual arts education. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Fairfax County Public Schools recognizes March as Dance in Our Schools, Music in Our Schools, Theater in Our Schools Month, and Youth Art Month to celebrate and acknowledge every day, but especially in March, that fine and performing arts education, experiences, and opportunities are an essential part of every student's well-rounded education.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Derenak Koufax, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, just briefly. As you can see how long the resolution was, there is so much that we offer here in Fairfax County Public Schools to support the arts and students who want to then go on to performing arts later on in life. We all know that fine arts is a beneficial to education process for all of our students. Our fine arts courses are designed to foster growth and to advance learning and to develop expertise in a selected field. The study of any art is an integral part of our human development and to our society, and all of these disciplines are part of a cultural heritage in all of us. Arts what make us human, arts make us complete. So I, as the mom of of two children, two graduates from here, one who is pursuing her dreams in the performing arts. I thank all of the teachers who made that happen, and there are so many of you to not mention, so I don't want to mention them all, but thank you all, and thank you all who you don't even realize what an impact you have on the child. And we just thank you, performing arts teachers. You are an amazing lot. You have so many accolades, and we will never not fund our arts programs here in Fairfax County Public Schools.
Ms. Cohen, would you like to speak to your second?
I would, thank you. I think you'll probably hear a pretty universal appreciation and theme up here. As a former theater mom, a fine arts mom, a chorus and a band mom, the arts can change lives. It certainly has for both of my kids. For kids who are academically successful and for those who sometimes really struggle with academic success, the arts can be a respite. It's a blessing, an escape, and a place where they feel successful. Our family is forever grateful for the impact that the arts have had on our kids and the amazing teachers who go out of their way and devote so much time, nights, evenings, weekends, trips to King's Dominion with teenagers. Thank you so much for all that you do, and we are grateful. And as Ms. Darnat Kofek said, you certainly have a board that's very committed to always making sure that our kids have these opportunities. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I see a few of my colleagues would like to speak. I'll start with Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too wanted to speak to this because of the importance of the arts for so many of our students. When we talk about educating the whole child, we also talk about the importance of having an adult in their lives that makes a difference. And so often, for many of our children that are in the arts programs, that adult is their band teacher, their theater teacher, their graphic arts teacher, all sorts of folks that are helping these students feel valued, seen, and heard. Last night, I had the opportunity of participating in West Potomac High School's March Madness. And it was such a fascinating part of the evening when each of the seniors was able to talk about the importance of our band programs in their lives and how many of them were going on to become performing arts majors. And it was so warming to hear their stories and hear about how they didn't feel seen until they joined the band, and how they didn't want to march until they went to band camp and decided they needed to march. And so it was just so important. And before I end, I want to give a shout out to a couple of people who have made a difference in the lives of Mount Vernon students. One in particular is Peely Clark, who left Broadway to come and teach our students the theater arts at West Potomac High School. And he has such a huge following, but he's retiring at the end of the year. And so I couldn't have this recognition without mentioning what an important role he played in so many of our students' lives. Reminds me very much of Dorothy Kogelman, who was my theater teacher back in the day, and actually at West Potomac. There's a Kogelman Theater named after her because of the many lives she changed. And so when we talk about our teachers in the arts, we know that they change lives forever.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I just want to briefly say again my deepest appreciation to all of our educators who help inspire a passion in the arts for our students. As someone who sang in high school and did light opera in college, and now have my youngest son in a co-ed a cappella group at the university level, I've seen firsthand just how incredible it is for students to find that depth of passion. Here in the United States, we do celebrate often our sports culture. And I know that happens often in our high school communities as well. And so I just really want to take a moment to say I couldn't be more proud of a school system with decades of commitment from the board to its superintendents, to the leadership down to our principals and teachers, and most importantly, our community that helps support our students in this, that we end up having phenomenal performers coming out of Fairfax County every single year. So kudos to the great work that all of you do to bring the arts to our community.
Thank you. Ms. Marin, followed by Ms. Tolan.
So my colleagues know that I love a good spreadsheet, and I have an amazing spreadsheet with as many arts events that I can find happening in our school division of students that I represent and teachers that I represent, because I want to try and make as many as I can. It's a challenge, but I really aspire to see at least one performance of some kind at every school where I have students. And just so you know, my commitment to public, to art education and performance art, I still keep in touch with my piano teacher, whom I met in 2nd grade. And she's very close to me, as well as my high school band teacher, who I just recently thanked him for inspiring a love of St. Patrick's Day when he led us down New York streets for the parade. These are memories that students keep forever. It makes their school experience. And I just hope that all you teachers know, it must be very hard to not keep in touch with the hundreds and thousands of students that you serve, but I remember the work that you do. And so I honor my children's music teachers, Ms. Carolyn Barker, Mr. Joseph McClure, Ms. Lisette Satterwhite, and Ms. Jillian Skeen, who are teaching our elementary students now. And I just thank you so much, and we will always support making music and art in our public schools here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan, followed by Mr. Chaudhry.
Thank you. Of course, our schools are filled with incredible artists and musicians. Every time I attend a concert or an exhibition, I'm just wowed by the dedication and talent of our students and the staff working with them. Walking through the halls of the schools, I hear music practice and I see artwork everywhere, all due to how we value the arts in every school and due to the hard work of our staff members working with our students. Okay, and then from Drainsville, how about those amazing musicians we heard this evening from Spring Hill Elementary? Just to demonstrate kind of the breadth of the types of art, music, programs that we have, I just wanted to mention a few recent accolades that we've had in the Drainsville district. Our Herndon High School band director was named FCPS's Region 1 Outstanding Secondary Teacher. Cooper Middle School, our band program, is the winner of the 2021 Sudler Cup, an international recognition of outstanding musical excellence. The prize is awarded by the John Philip Sousa Foundation. Actually, tonight, I'm so sorry to miss it, our Langley High School PTSA is exhibiting over 50 different submissions of different types of artwork, poetry, newly composed music, paintings, etc., with students just describing what diversity means to them. We have a Langley High School student with a portrait of President Kennedy hanging at the Kennedy Center due to an award that she won. This is so near and dear to my heart, my older son participated fully in theater through his high school and middle school years with FCPS and was captain of his high school improv team. His creativity and innovation in work as a young adult has been shaped by those experiences, and our entire family is so grateful for the opportunities offered to him in FCPS. Not to mention the fact that after building all of those sets through high school, he can fix anything, and that comes in really handy. So thank you so much for those people across our district that work in these programs, our folks in the central office that work with you and assist you, and all of our students that are participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chaudhry, then I'll take my turn.
Absolutely. The arts are a safe space for children, and they are so integral when it comes to building community and a sense of belonging within FCPS. I think it really helps drive a sense of purpose for so many students. And it has been shown to improve students' mental health outcomes, their sense of personal confidence, as well as their sense of self-worth. I would also be remiss if I did not mention that it's true. At heart, the student representative to the school board is a diehard theater kid. And I think it is often kind of overlooked, not just those kind of personal wellness impacts, but also the academic impacts that the arts have on students. I know it takes so much to be able to think on your feet and to really think creatively. And I know for me, even coming to this work at the dais, being able to really dig deep into policy and see where there are new ideas and where there is possibility helps to bring my work forward. And I know so many of our students have been aided by their pursuit of the arts in their journey to embodying that portrait of a graduate and to really, really living up to FCPS's mission.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhry. And I just say I actually saw you as a Cappy's critic at the play my son was in, the Cappy's play, and I waved at you. So I will just say, first I want to speak on behalf of Chair Pekarsky, who is very much under the weather and is absent, but actually is the one who wanted to bring this motion. And as chair, she very rarely brings forward a motion, but this is so important to her, both in her role as a school board member as well as a parent. And if you've never seen her play the violin, a mean musician herself. And you know, this is, music and arts brings the life to our schools. And it brings the joy in the hardest of times. And I think about COVID and how difficult it was for a long time to hear the music be silent. and the arts be silent, and then see our teachers find really creative ways to bring those voices and that music back to life, virtually, however it may be, to try to keep those connections going. Arts are how we are human. Arts are what bring us humanity. Arts are what feed our soul. And you can see this by what's happening in Ukraine right now. If you've seen the YouTube video of the young violinist playing her violin in a bomb shelter in the basement, you know, to entertain people, as she said, who she didn't know, but now are her brothers and sisters. And she's playing the violin to bring them calm and peace and joy in between bombings. And the video of 94 violinists playing Ukrainian songs in unison together, it just brings chills and it brings peace. There's nothing, if you don't have music, you lose so much in your world, and it brings joy in the hardest of times, and it brings, and I'll just say, for my own personal journey, many of you know my son is single-handedly has performed with every single performing arts department at Lake Braddock, and I think is one of the few kids that's done that. He was also probably one of the only kids ever at Lake Braddock to be in all self-contained small group special education classes and the advanced guitar ensemble in 8th grade, which shows you that music, it's not about him, I just want to say I appreciate that, but it shows you that music and arts provide a place for people to find what they're good at and what they love and what brings them passion. And that's what makes our students successful in school, when they feel like they can be good at something, and when they're really struggle with the bulk of what a school is, when they find that place that they can shine, it makes them able to shine in the places that are hard. And when they find that place, like music and arts, that gives them their peers, their tribe, their friends, their soulmates, it makes them want to go to school. It makes them want to try. And so, as someone who was a theater kid herself, whose son, quite literally, life has been saved by the arts, I will tell you, you have a strong supporter here. So, with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Agenda item 2.05, Arab American Heritage Month resolution. I call on Ms. Omeish for the resolution.
Thank you. Whereas April is a time to celebrate Arab American heritage and culture and pay tribute to the contributions of Arab Americans and Arabic-speaking Americans, and whereas Americans of Arab heritage are part of the fabric of this nation, and Arab Americans have contributed to every field and profession, the Arab Americans' contributions in medicine, law, business, technology, military, government, and education have been and continue to be an invaluable part of American pride. And whereas to be an Arab is to have shared heritage or language with being originating in 22 declared Arab nations that are racially, politically, and religiously diverse, but share many values, family, hospitality, and generosity being amongst them. Whereas many Arab Americans are second, third, and fourth generation immigrants that began arriving in the second half of the 19th century, and whereas people of Arab descent have shared their vast cultures, experiences, and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting examples of model citizens and public servants whom are interwoven within the greater fiber of the United States. And whereas, unfortunately, many Arab Americans and people of Middle Eastern heritage are still combating post-9/11 anti-Arab sentiments, and hence face challenges every day, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County Public Schools hereby officially joins the Arab American Foundation in celebrating April as 2022 National Arab American Heritage Month in recognition of the many contributions Arab Americans have made to our society. I so move.
Is there a second? Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Omeish, would you like to speak to your resolution?
I would. And let me first welcome the Arab American leaders and community members who have joined us in the audience today and celebrate them and the thousands of Arab families in Fairfax County and FCPS. We are joined today by representatives of the Arab America Foundation, the National Arab American Women's Association, NAWA, the Virginia Coalition for Human Rights, the Arab American Institute, New Dominion PAC, and many, many others who have gone through our system, who work for our system, or who live in Fairfax County. Today is more significant than what many may presume. While Arab American Heritage Month was inaugurated as a national celebration only last year by President Biden, and while Arab is still considered white and not accounted for in almost every data collection measure, as many of us agonize over, our schools are home to families whose second most spoken language after Spanish is Arabic. Let me repeat that. The second most spoken language in FCPS after Spanish is Arabic. Our Arab families have rich culture that instills shared values of family, generosity, and hospitality, as was mentioned in the resolution, and an interesting mix of humility with pride. I'm sure that'll bring giggles to some. In that mix, our families struggle, too, to exist in a world of compounded implicit and explicit biases validated by systemic harms over the years. We have not been able to improve these realities for kids even since I was in school. As a kid in FCPS, some of these realities continue to impact those kids who I hear from today. But like many things, education, of course, is the solution. And so I'll share 3 buckets of misunderstandings for folks to consider today, and end with celebration, of course, because that's why we're here. First, most people don't even know what being Arab is. Being Arab is different than being Muslim. One is an ethnic and linguistic heritage group encompassing 423 million people across the world, and people who represent heritage of 22 countries. The other represents a faith group that encompasses about a quarter of the world population, more than 80% of whom are not Arab. Arabs are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Orthodox, Jews, Baha'i, agnostic, and atheist. They are well off, poor, and everything in between, with richly diverse histories, language and dialects, and customs carrying ties and origins from Western Asia, North Africa, and the Horn of Africa, encompassing people from countries of Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates, Western Sahara, and Yemen. It also, of course, includes populations of the Arab diaspora around the globe. Second, because of our geopolitical realities, most of our fellow community members have been barraged and bombarded by anti-Arab propaganda for many years. We found ourselves in an awkward position. I grew up in this context as well, as do many of our students in Fairfax County. Imagine most of your childhood being in a geopolitical reality where the country you call home, or perhaps have come to, has been for your lifetime at war with people who look like you across the sea. And to position ourselves, it ends up manifesting in media frames and propaganda and conversations that show up in abundantly obvious ways, even in our conversations around the Ukraine recently. So you grow up with a frame of, you're Arab, but can you also be American? And maybe if you believe those to be interwoven and never inextricable, that those are questioned. And so as a child, you have to reconcile and grapple with that. And today, in conversations around the Ukraine, it persists, where we see major news outlets, like CBS, contrasting places like Iraq and saying, this is a civilized European country. You wouldn't expect that, nor want it in a place like that. Or the BBC saying it's very emotional because it's European people with blue eyes and blonde hair who are being killed this time. Or even CNN saying, we need to pay attention to this here. This is not like those other places. These are white Christians like you and me. They're people with blue eyes and blonde hair. They look like us, which is why it's shocking. Our students have to grow up in environments where these discussions go on in the classrooms without seeing them or understanding the implicit dehumanization around the conversation. The language we use when we teach wars in the US that we've been involved in for years, or over the past several decades in history class, or how we teach geopolitics in government class, and the ways we teach and talk about current events or the history of various civilizations today causes harm to our students and staff sometimes. Imagine being that middle schooler or that kindergartner, having to walk in and contend with that, facing a conflict you never even believed to exist, and in what you're being told required to leave behind the American piece. You're Arab or American. You're Arab American or you're not human enough. Which brings me to the third piece. What makes it harder, of course, is the censorship of some culture and heritage. The years of censorship around our cultures, our heritage, and our history manifest themselves in ways where we are bullied to stay silent and that make it difficult for students to feel safe and learn effectively in the classroom. When I was a student in our system, the student government I was part of organized a humanitarian backpack drive and school supply drive for children in Palestine. After spending hours pouring our hearts into making posters and hanging them up across the school to encourage enthusiasm to support students across the globe who were going through struggles we couldn't ever compare to, we came back the next morning and found the posters torn from the walls. And we were told that it was shut down. It was shut down after loud parents couldn't see the humanity of Palestinian children. They explained to me, as a middle schooler in the office, that those kinds of kids use backpacks to hide bombs. A bias my mind couldn't even conceptualize at the time. That was a situation where my school couldn't protect me. And I don't need to explain all the additional ways Palestinian narrative is censored. We've all seen it unfold by now. Or the reflections that are worth having when comparing the reaction to the Palestinian case to that of Ukraine and whose humanity matters. But I still have hope. I have hope because I'm reminded of a friend of mine actually at Robinson who was in the Air Force who would tell me how impactful it was when he visited Morocco and was able to unpack some of these layers. And in fact, research shows us that through human interactions, we begin to deconstruct these preconceived notions and begin to see the common humanity that brings us together. Today, I actually chose to wear a Palestinian thobe. My family happens to be Afro-Arab. We have origins from Libya, which is very different than Palestine. But I wear this today as a symbol that we can celebrate everybody, even amidst fear. As a symbol that piles upon piles of images, assumptions, and harms can be shattered through necessary curiosity and courage to learn and to understand so that we don't leave our kids to contend with a perpetual conflict and impossible situations. We owe it to them to prepare them for the future, to teach them both truth and the beauty of what it looks like to come together in authentic belonging for every child. These issues impact our students. They impact whether or not they can even exist in our schools as who they are. They impact those around them in seeing their friends struggle, seeing their own pain as well. And they're a disservice to every single one of us in the perpetuation of censored or inaccurate narratives about our world. And so I still have hope. Imagine if they could instead learn that the invention of algebra and algorithmic math was started by an Arab, Al-Khwarizmi, or about the development of one of the earliest written language systems, the world's oldest university in Morocco being founded by an empowered Arab woman, Fatima al-Fihriya, or the invention of surgical instruments still used today in early methods of administering anesthetics to patients by al-Zahrawi that are still used in our hospitals right here in Fairfax County. And a fun fact that the earliest evidence of complex written mathematics as early as 3000 BC, which brought us the 0 to 9 numerical system that we rely on every day. Fun fact, if you didn't know, it was called the Arabic numerical system. That came from that time. And by the way, in more recent American history, the contributions of Arab Americans in the civil rights movement, in the labor movement, and many other moments in our history, to include the man who led the American effort to develop the COVID-19 vaccine. Yeah, you heard that right. The top leader in developing the American COVID-19 vaccine, Dr. Munsaf Slawi, who's a science lead in Operation Warp Speed, is an Arab American. You might also recognize names that are a little bit more fun: Ralph Nader, Steve Jobs, Amal Clooney, Huma Abedin, or even, I mentioned this last year too, Shakira, Paula Abdul, and yes, DJ Khaled. So today, let us celebrate that framing of Arab heritage, and let us benefit every single one of us and the narrative of a new American understanding around Arabs by honoring truth and humanity in our collective Fairfax County narrative. Happy Arab American Heritage Month.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Keys-Kamara, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you. I am pleased to celebrate with our Arab Americans and all of our county because as our resolution said today, people of Arab descent have shared their vast cultures, experiences, and traditions with neighbors and friends while also setting examples of model citizens and public servants whom are interwoven with the greater fiber of the United States. You are our neighbors, and we celebrate you.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, did you wish to? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize.
That was an applause break. Many have heard me say that I love to celebrate the many hands that have built this nation. And so today, my friend whispered to me, Karen, I need you. And I said, of course, because once again, we get to look at our rich diversity in this county. How fortunate we are to have so many who bring their talents, their kindness, their value of family and friendship, their really wonderful food, I have to mention, their value of education, and long history of dedication to our democracy. You are a part of that. Our Arab neighbors have come together as so many others, and we would not be who we are without you. So even though this is a sort of an impromptu moment, I am always so grateful to be able to celebrate our diversity and the strength that comes from our neighbors who have welcomed me in their conferences, in their homes, have hugged me, have stood with me, have stood with so many because of the common ground we have in this nation and in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan?
Yes, thank you. As Ms. Keys-Kamara was saying, in the Arab American community, we have so many incredible examples of love and acceptance and working within the community. And it's not lost on me that I guess just last weekend we celebrated the Peace Awards for our amazing students. And two of the Peace Awards that were given to Dranesville students were to Arab American young women. And I just wanted to highlight them. Miriam Abdel Akawa from Herndon High School. As a 7th grader, Miriam helped her older sister and 3 other Iraqi American girls to found the not-for-profit Girls for Girls, an independent organization with the mission to educate, empower, and provide opportunities to disadvantaged girls around the world. The group serves girls in Sierra Leone and in a community in Iraq. Their most recent project, Letters of Love, provides the opportunity for American girls to write letters to girls in disadvantaged countries. A monetary donation collected through their website and local fundraisers is included with each letter. They raise money for supplies for a Sierra Leone orphanage and Skype with the girls in the orphanage to help them learn English. And in addition, Maya Kanan from Marshall High School. Maya started the Peace in the Middle East Club at Marshall High School her sophomore year. Now she has about 30 members of many ethnicities. The Peace in the Middle East Club meets regularly to learn about a variety of Middle Eastern countries. Maya prepares informational slideshows on each country, focusing on how conflict there is affecting children's lives. Recently, the club obtained the sponsorship of a local restaurant to help raise money for children in Lebanon. They were able to provide 5 teachers with remote learning supplies and increasing access to quality education. This past fall, they raised money for Afghani children's school supplies distributing the money through the Save the Children Fund. The club is planning additional fundraising activities for the spring. And those are just two amazing examples of people right here, young people in our community, young Arab Americans that are making such a huge difference. Myself, I have been welcomed with open arms into our Arab American community by the Adams Center. And if you don't know anything about the Adams Center Scouting Program, you need to find out about it. They have one of the most robust scouting programs I've ever seen. And the things the young people are involved in are really incredible. Speaking of scouting, just last year, Nuruddin was an Eagle Scout who upgraded a woodland path behind Herndon Elementary School and added signs about the flora and the fauna and just made a huge improvement for the education, the outdoor education at Herndon Elementary School and for the neighborhoods, for people to walk along that path, walking their dogs or walking to school. So there's another young person making a huge contribution. Thank you so much. I'm just happy to highlight the wonderful things in our community.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, thank you so much, and I appreciate being able to follow my colleague, Ms. Tolan, about and to bring the attention to the Peace Awards and some of the remarkable stories of resilience, grit, and caring for others that these children brought to their work and their passions. And in particular, many of the students who received awards last Sunday were students who were newcomers to the United States. And their stories are so powerful, and they are a symbol to all of us about how they take the opportunities here, but they still have a focus on bettering their community here and around the world. And so I wanted to bring the attention to three young people. One is, and I apologize for my horrible pronunciation in advance, Miata Abu Mara, who helped found the UNICEF Club at Lewis High School. And the UNICEF Club is focused on making sure that they provide supports to those most in need, not only here in the United States, but across the globe. And then we had Tariq Aldalu. And Tariq was amazing. Tariq is a refugee whom, while he was in a refugee camp in Syria, he volunteered as a teacher and as a mentor. And now he is here in the United States attending Mountain View, where he will graduate this year, and just is great things will happen with his contributions. And finally, I'd like to raise the awareness of Nihat Asifal. Nihat, I had a wonderful opportunity to speak with, where she has immigrated from Ethiopia. She's only been here a year. While in Ethiopia, she volunteered at the Amen charitable organization, teaching math, physics, and English to grade school children in an orphanage. And then she came here and she started her own broadcast talk show called The Candid Hour, where she brings attention to important issues in the Ethiopian community and in the world. And she's been very active in the Model UN, where she's now the Secretary General of the club, and she is in her junior year. So the reason I raise these children up is because, and we also have Lozo Marcos from West Potomac High School, who has raised money for gift packages for students with disabilities in her home country of Ethiopia, and sends them to a hospital at Addis Ababa. The reason I raise this up is these are remarkable young people who have, our country is richer because of the contributions that they are making in our classrooms and in our schools. And I'm very optimistic about the future that we have with these great young people.
Great. Thank you. And with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous, with Ms. Pekarsky away from the table. Agenda item 2.06, VSBA Business Honor Roll nominations. I call on Ms. Dernak Kofax for the resolution.
Thank you. Whereas public schools and local businesses and not-for-profits are an integral part of this community, and whereas many local businesses and community organizations play a crucial role in supporting our schools, and whereas the economic health of our community, state, and nation depends on a strong public school system, and whereas collaboration between local public schools and local businesses and community organizations strengthens our schools and the business community alike by providing a well-rounded, healthy, and highly educated workforce, and whereas an excellent public school system is vital to the quality of life in Fairfax County and fundamental to preserving a strong democratic society now and in the future, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board names Capital One, Innova Health System, and Western Fairfax Christian Ministries to 2022 Virginia School Boards Association Business Honor Roll, showing appreciation for each entity's ongoing support of Fairfax County Public Schools. Your work has aided our community in focusing on the goal of providing the best public schools we can for each and every child who attends. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Ms. Dernak Kofax, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, I want to say congratulations to our nominees. You have our deep appreciation, and I want to say to Capital One, Innova Health Systems, and Western Fairfax Christian Ministries, each one of your organizations has provided meaningful support to FCPS through this year. And it's been a tough year for us and for many prior years, and this recognition for each of you is well deserved. I will speak briefly to each one of what they have worked with us on. Capital One, along with keeping their popular Coders After School program dynamically running in a virtual world, donated $90,000 to our foundation, Educate Fairfax, so that we could purchase and distribute MiFi devices and ensure student connectivity. Innova, who does so very much for us, coordinated a host of pediatricians who were videotaped to promote vaccination safety and efficacy for children ages 5 to 12. Having pediatricians speak to parents, guardians, and students proved to be an impactful way to provide information. And Western Fairfax Christian Ministries, who has long supported students with donations of food, school supplies, and more, donated and supported installation of several industrial refrigerators now in 7 schools. This means we can have fresh fruits, vegetables, and other perishables getting to students who might need the support. And this is all very important work, and we are excited that in June we can learn more about these partners and our great work that they have partnering with us as we present them with the awards. But thank you for all that you do, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly. I'd like to echo the comments made by Ms. Dernak Kofax and spotlight again how the supports from these organizations have really helped set apart from the hundreds of businesses and community groups who do so much to support Fairfax County Public Schools. We're fortunate to have a thriving community, and we're appreciative of the ways our community works together. Thank you to all of the numerous local businesses and nonprofits who help support the work of FCPS and of our students to advance the critical mission of our system. These are exemplars for the 21-22 year, and I want to echo my sincere appreciation to Capital One, Innova Health System, and Western Fairfax Christian Ministries. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't want the evening to go by without thanking the makers of the motion for this recognition of these three great companies, three great organizations. But I particularly wanted to address the important role that the Inova Health System has provided to this community throughout COVID. They have been a partner with us to ensure the rollout of vaccines to all of our staff and supporting our students in getting vaccines. Additionally, they have been an incredible partner in the Mount Vernon district with their partnership at West Potomac High School and in the Governor's Health Sciences Academy, and at Mount Vernon High School, where they provide opportunities for our students in the STEP program that have already graduated from high school but are needing life skills, and they've been very supportive of that as well. I wanted to do a special shout out to them tonight for two reasons. One is that the Inova Mount Vernon High School received the Magnet Nursing Award, the highest award for nursing available, and they just received it this past week. So big congratulations to a partner that has just been unwavering in their support for this community, and also put out a plea, which if I don't do it, I think Ms. McLaughlin will, which is that there is a community health survey that we really need our community to respond to, and Inova is pushing it out. And so I think there is a link on our website to make sure that people know about it, and that they have until next Friday or next Thursday to fill it out.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I couldn't help but speak when two of these entities are anchored in Providence District. So very much want to wish Inova and Capital One the best in this nomination. They are tremendous partners, not only for our school system, but for the community in general. Many, many jobs created by these two, with Inova in Falls Church and Capital One in Tysons, and I can see Capital One from my window. They partner in very meaningful ways. Capital One Hall, which has recently opened, is going to be partnering with our school division in a number of different ways in the months and years ahead. If you've not been to a show at Capital One Hall, I highly encourage you to go see one of the concerts or Broadway shows that are coming through. And I very much appreciate all the work, like Ms. Corbett-Sanders said, that Inova has done throughout the pandemic, not just on vaccinations, but on general strategy as well. And obviously for everything that Capital One has done for the Tysons region.
Great, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, thanks for giving those applause to Mr. Frisch's remarks. Well deserved. I wanted to just speak up because I happen to have a family member that works with Inova Health Systems, so I know intimately how much countless numbers of Inova employees donated hundreds and hundreds of hours to come out in what was almost a military-style operation to quickly vaccinate all of Fairfax County employees so we could open our schools as quickly as possible. And when I think about how the adage of it takes a village to raise a child, I do hope that we will find an even more formal opportunity to recognize the Inova Health Systems and their countless employees, because for anyone who was a Fairfax County employee, showed up and saw that incredible operation that they stood up in an instant and got our employees through so quickly, got our schools open so quickly, it was deeply inspiring to feel like we truly were all in this together. And so for Capital One, for Inova Systems, we know that we can't do the great work that we do in this county of 1 million people, and so we are thankful for their partnership, and I really appreciate my colleagues providing this opportunity tonight for this special recognition. It's so well deserved.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Marin?
Yes, I wanted to thank Capital One and Western Fairfax Christian Ministries as well, and particularly I know the health system who I've had a little bit more interaction with lately due to their involvement in a number of programs I was so thrilled to learn about via the school board's Career and Technical Advisory Committee meeting. We were visited by staff member Lee Garinello earlier this month, and she gave such an incredible overview of the partnerships that we have in FCPS, including job shadowing programs, tuition assistance to entry pathways to work in INOVA, job letters at INOVA, student panels where they can ask healthcare providers questions, and all sorts of other ways where students can really learn about just the huge variety of jobs that I know of it in the medical field. So I think, as we look to our business partners for their generous funding, certainly these opportunities to network and learn from the professionals is just such a huge asset. So thank you to these partners.
Thank you so much. And with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Great, and that is unanimous with Ms. Pekarsky away from the table. Agenda item 2.07, National Library Week Recognition and School Library Month. I call on Ms. Cohen for the recognition.
Thank you. National Library Week is April 3rd through 9th, and April is School Library Month, a time to celebrate our dedicated school librarians and their programs. The greatest assets to school library programs are the librarians themselves. Librarians teach inquiry skills that encourage students to ask questions, explore and evaluate information, and demonstrate their learning. School librarians help students grow as critical thinkers, skillful researchers, and enthusiastic readers. Most importantly, they provide an environment for students to be themselves, pursue their interests, and know that they belong. The Fairfax County Associated School Librarians submitted a quick video. Ms. Madeja, may we please play the video now?
I actually went to Fairfax County Public Schools, and when I was in elementary school, I never thought the library would be the place that I would end up in. My librarian was a shusher, and like I said, I'm probably the loudest person in this building. I'd say the newest generation of librarians are really trying to pull in more of this socio-emotional learning that's going on. It's really changing what people think libraries are. I like to say that in this job, I get to be Miss Frizzle. That I get to encourage kids to take chances, make mistakes, get messy in here, and it's a place where every single kid is welcome.
Like in the mornings, a lot of people come in here and hang out and just have like a nice quiet place to either work on homework that they need to get done before class or just talk to their friends. And it's really open to everyone.
I like the way we can pick our own topics. I can pick something about sports, something that happened in the news. I can pick whatever I want.
Here in Virginia, we have a school law that says you have to have a certified school librarian. I'm actually trained to help kids learn how to navigate information, not just pull books off of a shelf, but really truly learn how to go through a piece, learn how to take a look at bias, be able to cross-reference things, and be able to say, hey, here's a skill I learned, how to be this critical and creative thinker, and apply it in multiple places in my life.
What I love about being a librarian is I get to help kids find the love of reading if they haven't found it yet, and I get to help kids develop their love of reading.
Reading can spark creativity and imagination.
I get a better understanding of the world as it is and not just the environment that I'm in.
So here in my library, I have a little over 15,000 books. And I know across Fairfax County Public Schools, we have over 4 million books. And one of the things that's so exciting to me about those statistics and those numbers is it really speaks to how much Fairfax County values libraries.
Libraries are the heart of the school community. We really see students grow. We see them grow as readers. We see them grow as students. We see their changing friendships, and we really do love that we are at the heart of the school.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Ms. Cohen?
Without the objection of my colleagues, I just wanted to say a few words since this is a recognition and not a resolution where we typically get to talk.
Does anybody have any objections to Ms. Cohen saying a few words? All right, go ahead, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. When I was a kid growing up in a place where I often didn't quite fit in, a nerdy kid with purple hair who dressed in all black, the library was my savior. My elementary school librarian, Beryl McNair, would remind me and recommend books for me that took me somewhere else. and showed me other kids who didn't quite fit the mold. These books, like A Wrinkle in Time, A Separate Piece, everything Judy Blume ever wrote, changed my life. And then I was lucky enough to see the same thing repeated a generation later, when my own kid went searching for kids like them because they didn't quite fit in. But my kid's librarian, Mrs. Hammond, knew just the right books to help them find where being different is okay. In fact, being different is celebrated. As my child has grown up and gone through school, books like Drama, Simon versus the Homo sapiens, and Genderqueer have helped them navigate the world as a queer kid. These books and more like them saved my kid's life. I hope our librarians, all our librarians, know the gift that you give our kids every day. Not only do you help our kids feel seen, but you help all of us see them. We cannot thank you enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot my job here. I would like to invite the Fairfax County Librarians, the Director of K-12 Curriculum and Instruction, Colleen Eddy, Coordinator of Library Information Services, Priscilla Dondo, staff and supporters of the National Library Recognition Week and School Library Month recognition, to please join me at the dais for a photo with the board. And I ask my colleagues to please remain in front of the dais for the next 2 photos.
I would like to invite the staff and supporters of the Arts in Our Schools Month recognition to now please join the board at the dais for a photo. I would like to invite all those in the audience this evening who are here in support of the Arab American Heritage Month recognition to please join the board at the dais for a photo.
Board members, please take your seats. Board members, please take your seats. Board members, please take your seats so we can get started. Board members, please take your seats so we can get started. Thank you. Agenda item 4.01, community participation. The next order of business is community participation. Speakers must limit their remarks to no more than 2 minutes in length. At the conclusion of 2 minutes, the microphone or video will be turned off. School board members will be listening but not responding to individual speakers. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as the capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Comments targeting, criticizing, or attacking individual students are not permitted during public meetings. Complaints regarding school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student or school-based employee. Additionally, speakers should be respectful and observe proper decorum in their statements, avoiding profanity, inappropriate gestures, shouting, and comments that run counter to the spirit and the letter of the school division's non-discrimination policy. All statements should be directed to the school board, and speakers should remain at the podium until concluding their remarks. As a reminder, speaker substitutions are not permitted. A speaker may not yield their time to another individual before or during their remarks. Shouting and outbursts from the audience will not be tolerated. We are grateful for those who have come to speak to us today, and thank you for your cooperation.
Our first speaker is Sinead Moloney.
Hi, my name's Sinead Maloney, and I'm a student at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. I'm here tonight to speak briefly to you about something that happened during this past fall's sports season and something that I want to make sure won't happen again. I play field hockey for my team's varsity team, and both the JV and varsity team had games the night before the PSAT. I want to make sure that no FCPS high school sports games are scheduled the night before the PSAT. As a student athlete, I shouldn't have to make the choice between an important sports game and a nationwide test. I chose the night of sleep instead of the game so that I was more prepared for the test, and because of that, I missed the game. If I had stayed and played the game, I wouldn't have gotten home until maybe 10 p.m., and then I still would have had to get ready for bed. This is far from ideal the night before a national test with college implications. Another thing that I found interesting was that there didn't appear to be any boys' games that night, but there were both field hockey and volleyball games, which are girls' sports at my school. I don't know if this was on purpose, but I just found that interesting. I reached out to my coach about this, and she said that she didn't schedule the games. This was also mentioned to my school's athletic director last fall, and he didn't seem to know who to contact about it either. I've been very busy with school, and that's why I haven't gotten a chance to talk until now. But I hope that what I say will make a difference, and I hope that you hear me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Iran Rawal.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aryan Raval, and I'm a queer senior in FCPS who's an organizer with the Pride Liberation Project. Just this week, a student at an FCPS high school was outed to their parents. As a result, they were denied access to basic necessities and no longer have access to a safe and welcoming home. Their story isn't unique. There are countless students, including me, who cannot be themselves at home. For students like us, the lack of traditional support structures can be devastating. It can have an adverse impact on our mental health, physical safety, and academics performance. It's just one of the many reasons why LGBTQIA+ students experience significantly elevated rates of depression, suicide, and other mental health problems. Libraries are one of the few places where we are unequivocally supported. Our librarians take immense steps to protect students and ensure that we have safe spaces to be ourselves. There are places where we can complete academic work, get a reprieve from hallways filled with queerphobic slurs, and access literature that represents us. Above all else, they are one of the few places where LGBTQIA+ students can exercise autonomy over our lives. Unfortunately, our librarians are under attack. In the past General Assembly, a number of bills were filed which would have prevented librarians from doing their job. As some of the most supportive individuals in our school buildings, FCPS has a responsibility to reject those attacks. I ask that you ensure that our next superintendent is willing to take the steps that we need to defend our librarians. That includes making sure that our next superintendent uses FCPS's Government Relations Office to stop bad bills and launches litigation to prevent dangerous laws from being enacted. It also includes making sure that our superintendent is willing to recognize teacher unions and engage in good faith bargaining with them. This board has taken commendable steps to protect LGBTQIA+ students. Please ensure that the next superintendent continues your efforts.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tara Dixit.
Hello, my name is Tara and I'm a junior at Chantilly High School. While researching abuses by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, I was surprised to learn that in 1 year, ICE arrested roughly 3,000 people in Fairfax County. The more I researched, the more heartbreaking stories of ICE's abuses I came across. According to the Legal Aid Justice Center, parents of an immigrant child in a government custody center would have to provide fingerprints of other family members to ICE to be reunited with their child. Essentially, they were forced to choose between seeing their child or preventing other family members from deportation. In addition, ICE raids in apartments near Woodburn and Sleepy Hollow elementary schools made parents afraid of sending their children to those schools. Situations like these should be prevented in schools because they are places where students of all backgrounds should have a safe learning environment. In schools, students don't report bullying or apply for reduced lunches due to fear of revealing their family's immigration status. No student should go hungry or tolerate bullying because they worry for their family's safety. Last year, FCPS passed a trust policy because immigrants were afraid their vaccination records would be shared with ICE. It's time FCPS do something similar. I applaud the work Dr. Anderson, Mr. Frisch, and others have put into creating this school trust policy and strongly urge the school board to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Miracle.
Hello, my name is Sandra Miracle, and I'm a parent and the vice president of the Falls Church High School PTSA. Originally, I prepared remarks to voice frustration and disappointment over the change in our renovation plans without warning and with little opportunity for meaningful community involvement. But to much surprise and relief, 2 days ago we learned that the renovation would revert to the original design. This result came about after much work by many, including our school board representatives. Thank you, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Frisch, and Dr. Zulaga for your efforts on our behalf. I could end it there and go celebrate this apparent victory with my fellow Jaguars, but I dare not, because we all know the renovation of Falls Church High School has been a long time coming, and there's still quite a ways to go. As we continue on that path together, I want to talk to you about your process currently in place regarding community involvement. Your regulations recognize community input as essential in developing, clarifying, and understanding this board's goals and objectives. And yet, we are not the first school advocacy group to come before you telling you that your community engagement process is inadequate. In our case, after learning of the change, our advocates immediately engaged, launching FOIA requests, reaching school board members, and attending subcommittee meetings. However, given the extremely late public notice and the quickly approaching bid award process, we were told there was no time to revisit the plans. We were cautioned that our actions could cause additional expense and delay of the renovation. As mentioned, we now know revisions will be made, and we are grateful, but it should not have been this challenging to be heard. It should not have taken the untold amount of hours and stress that it did indeed take, not when there was ample time and opportunity to invite community members into the process. To suggest that voicing community concerns now would be the cause of future delay, when now was the only window of opportunity given to us, is to misplace blame. I invite you to scrutinize your policy regarding community involvement, and that you examine your current process to determine how it can become more fair and transparent. You must engage the school community in a timely and meaningful way. To do less is a disservice to the very community you strive to serve. I thank you for your time and your collective commitment to our children and our communities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tina Williams.
Good evening. I'm Tina Williams, President of the Fairfax County Federation of Teachers. I'm joined by President of the Fairfax Education Association, a proud school librarian, Kimberly Adams, and President-elect Leslie Houston. As we celebrate the National Library Week and School Library Month, we thank our professional school librarians for their work to inspire, encourage, and support 21st century learning for every child. School librarians are certified professionals, highly trained in research and material selection to meet the needs of all students and work within the district's material selection policies and procedures. School librarians instill a love of reading that supports lifelong learning, increased confidence, and skills for all readers. The joy and excitement in a child as they proudly embrace a just right reading book is invaluable. Great school systems offer libraries with a wide variety of materials that represent the diverse views of its students and their experiences and viewpoints from the wider world that might only be witnessed through the pages of a book. The school library is often the only place to access high interest and relevant reading materials for many children. Whether it is reading a book or learning in the classroom, for engaging and self-relevant learning to take place, students must see themselves, their honest history and perspectives in that curriculum. Anything else is negligence. It's obvious that not every book is right for every reader. For student readers, parent involvement is encouraged, and that parent would set the parameters and discuss with their own children what is considered to be the right choice. Access to books and knowledge must not be restricted for children based on other parents.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cameron Ward.
Good evening. I'd like to speak about in-person outside assistance in class. I believe it's significantly lacking for students that do not accept virtual assistance well. At the middle and high school levels, the opportunity to obtain in-person help has been greatly reduced this year. The buildings used to be open an hour before school, and now the doors are locked until about 30 minutes before the first class. There used to be a 90-minute flex block that students could use to catch up on work, seek assistance from a teacher, or make up a test. This has been replaced by an 8th period advisory, half of which is dedicated to an SEL curriculum. Student time to get additional assistance or make up a test during this time is so drastically cut from previous years that teachers were instructed that their tests can be no longer than 30 minutes. These changes have not helped address our learning this year. In fact, the rewriting tests to fit within the 30-minute makeup period has been an undue burden on teachers this year. I notice you guys have put tutor.com in place, and it's great for teens that have homework and need to access someone outside school for assistance in their school help. But it doesn't make up for the reduced availability of in-person teachers to give personal assistance at school. FCPS has gotten away from assigning regular homework in the lower grades. Tutor.com is not helpful to the lower students, which have no homework. Parents are concerned about the learning gaps in the younger grades. They're concerned that it will affect the students in the future. It's beneficial for us to identify these and address them in an individual manner in the younger grades. Perhaps the elementary schools could have a flex block to address specifically identified learning gaps in all children. Some of this can be assigned as homework where online tutoring can assist, but it has to be identified first. Let it be known that nothing compares to the classroom experience, the eye contact, the facial expressions, and the body language. They're all part of the learning experience.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stacy Langton.
Okay, groomers, I looked at your campaign pages. Carl Frisch, not a native Virginian, he's from LA. He's pictured with his partner in LA at the Mattachine Steps. This landmark is to honor Harry Hay, a homosexual radical and Communist Party member. In 1950, Harry Hay founded a communist group called the Mattachine Society and a gay rights group called the Radical Fairies. Harry was a big proponent of pedophilia. He gave talks and waxed poetic about man-boy love. Harry thought that the cult of Dionysus in ancient Greece and its practice of pedophilia was the highest form of love. NAMBLA, the National Man-Boy Love Association, the pedophile organization in America, has a tribute to Harry Hay on their website. Carl posted this picture because he was showing how he admires this radical communist and pedophile because he knew that the voters in Virginia would not get the significance. Do you see what I'm up against, America? We have the fox guarding the hen house. I am asking a pro-communist, pro-pedophile school board to remove the child grooming books. In Genderqueer, Maya Kobabe references the ancient Greek essay Plato's Symposium, which says that sex between men and boys is best. These perverse books sexualize and confuse children to the point of causing profound mental illness. It's creeped into everything like a cancer, destroying the fabric of society by the denial of reality. A male secretary of health that the press calls Woman of the Year, men taking over women's sports, and a Supreme Court nominee who cannot define what a woman is and sympathizes with pedophiles. The left and this school board says that all of this is to help children and make them feel accepted and that they do it because they love them and they want them to feel good. You know who else tells kids they love them and want them to feel good? Predators do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Gillette.
Excuse me, Ms. Mallard?
Yes.
I believe the next speaker on our list is Ms. Gillette, and there are no speakers. There are no speaker substitutions allowed.
No.
It's the same person.
I'm Kathleen Donahue Gillette Mallard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was using my Irish name for a change. Okay. Partially, I want to talk to you about the rumors and the fear that mask mandates may return. No, not yet. Just put it down here. I have 2 science degrees from Georgetown University. I'm a fellow Hoya with our superintendent in language acquisition and linguistics. I have a certificate in Spanish from the University of Madrid and hold a French certificate from the Sorbonne in Paris. I studied German in Munich, Germany, and I can attest to the fact that it is difficult, if not impossible, to learn and teach a language while wearing a mask. I say this because there are rumors mask mandates may return. FCPS students who are English language learners face greater challenges than other students in the area of communication due to the restrictive nature of masks. Mask mandates put English language learners at greater risk of dropping out or falling behind. Please do not return to mask mandates. Also, stop teaching sex ed to all children, but especially English language learners. I have spoken with many parents because I speak Spanish fluently, little French. They are appalled at what is in the FLE, sex ed. they don't understand how to opt out either. Also, last month, Black Lives Matter was, of course, a part of the Black History Month. If Black Lives Matter, FCPS should drop the family life education because it is the result of the collaboration of Margaret Sanger, who started the Negro Project to eradicate African Americans, with Hugh Hefner and Alfred Kinsey. I enjoin all of you to read this book and learn more about our FLE program. Board members, provide a safe and healthy program for FCPS students. Get rid of the FLE. Also, stop confusing our children about gender and let their parents work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Haynes.
My name is Kristen Haynes, and I'm a former Falls Church High parent of 3, PTSA president, and an Uproar member. 10 years ago, I was part of a group that founded Uproar, which stood for United Parents to Restore Our Academic Resource, and spoke before the board to call to attention the need to renovate Falls Church High. The school was built in 1967 and had never been substantially renovated, which everyone knew was an egregious oversight, yet we were told nothing could be done about the queue. Uproar made small amounts of progress, bringing restrooms up to an acceptable level and updating the school with auditorium seating and ramps. Now the renovation planning phase has begun, and I wish I could say it's gone smoothly. The current leadership of the PTSA and athletic boosters have spent numerous hours over the past 6 weeks handling a parking issue, which we first learned about on February 3rd after 2 previous community meetings in June 2019 and April 2021, including the additional parking. It took involvement with Carl Frisch, Ricardi Anderson, and Dr. Zuluaga to correct the issue, which we thought would be voted upon tonight. There was a total lack of procedural guidelines, community notification, and engagement. We have been assured the additional parking has been reinstated to the plan and will be delivered with the current renovation project. We appreciate that. How can the school community get a seat at the table for the remaining phases of the project to make sure the needs of Falls Church High School are met and don't disappear without us being told? I had hoped that when Falls Church finally got onto the bond for planning and funding, that the advocacy for doing the job right and thoroughly was complete. It's disappointing to hear that so many of my peers and our elected representatives were put through the ringer because of the lack of transparency and willingness to work cooperatively to create the best building possible for our very deserving student, teacher, and staff populations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie Houston.
Good evening. I am Leslie Houston, President-elect of the Fairfax Education Association. I would like to thank librarians across this county and across this country for having the courage to stand up for our students. Thank you for giving students the opportunity to travel near and far through books, for allowing the library to be a place where students can find books that will challenge them intellectually and where they can see themselves within the pages. I am a Black woman with nieces and nephews of all races. For my personal growth, I am a teacher who has read and will continue to read banned books. I have family and friends who are Jewish, Muslim, gay, queer, and transgender. And oh, by the way, I'm a Christian. I am a teacher who shares the truth about history. African people, my ancestors, were stolen by white people and brought to a country where they were sold, bought, beaten, raped, and killed. But I stand here today as my ancestors' wildest dream, and I will forever tell the truth about my history Their history, your history, American history. Finally, I would like to encourage all the citizens who care so much about the education of our future generation to not only quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but to live their lives in honor of his legacy. To do anything less is surely hypocritical. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adriana Carr.
Good evening. I'm Adriana Carr, proud mother of a kiddo in an FCPS school. She attends an amazing school where teachers, the administration, school personnel, SAC, fellow parents, and students are committed to the school community, building the community, supporting the community, and celebrating the community. One group that's pivotal to these efforts is the school's PTA. This group of parents regularly and consistently brainstorms and organizes events that will support the school, teachers, and students. The level of support is heartening. Some examples include supplemental playground equipment and carpeting. This inspired me to do more to support my daughter's classroom teacher. Recently, before a weekend Target run, I reached out to my child's teacher to see if she needed anything. The request was for Kleenex and pencils. I began to think, if I hadn't reached out, would she have had to purchase those items with her own money? Would the kids have no access to Kleenex when masks were becoming optional? And I often heard about classmates who had gone home sick. These two items, Kleenex and pencils, should be easy to acquire within the school system. My request to the Fairfax County School Board is to continue to fight for our school, persist in your efforts, and also ensure that there's enough funding for Kleenex and pencils. Those are important too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bonnie Gagermeyer.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Gagermeyer. I'm a parent, teacher, and the president of the Falls Church High School Athletic Boosters. I first learned about the needed renovations at our high school when my children were in elementary school. Previous FC parents have stood before you pleading for FCPS to do what's right and bring our high school and the Falls Church Academy up to the standards enjoyed by other schools in Fairfax County. I now only have one child left at Falls Church. He will live through the worst of the renovations without getting to experience all of the benefits. But I want all of my children to be proud alumni of Falls Church. I want my community to have a school that isn't substandard. I want the kids I now teach to one day get to experience Falls Church with all the exceptional features that they deserve. We've waited a long time for our renovation. I attended the February 3rd community meeting, and I was disappointed when I heard that the needs of Falls Church students, staff, and the community at large were not prioritized in a site plan that took away a long-planned parking lot that provided adequate parking. That plan disadvantaged our staff and our students, and it put our school in a precarious position with our surrounding neighbors. We mobilized parents, alumni, staff, and students at Falls Church who care about what happens to their school. We mobilized our feeder elementary and middle schools so they are fully aware of where things stand currently, and we will continue to stay mobilized to ensure that our renovation is completed in a manner that represents our school. Our advocacy group recently learned that this parking lot was put back. We're excited for the possibility of the day that our campus is equitable with the Fairfax County schools and also with our athletic fields. Our geographic position makes us an ideal location to host premier events, especially if they have a place to park. At one point in this advocacy process, we heard that you can't make everyone happy. There's truth to that, but when renovating a school, it should be the school's needs that ultimately win if there's conflicting opinions. We hope that belief continues throughout the renovation and that there is transparency in our school's involvement. We will make ourselves available to continue collaborating, and we promise to stay involved.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick Clayton.
Good evening. CNBC finds that Virginia is ranked #1 as the top state for business in the United States for the last 2 years. Virginia needs business owners and entrepreneurs to maintain a growing and dynamic economy. We need an educated, talented workforce to work and drive the productions of goods and services and innovation. And we need a growing population to fuel demand for goods and services. CNBC includes a number of measures in determining this overall ranking. Notably, it includes education. Virginia is found to be number 2 in the U.S. Workforce, number 3. Business friendliness, 11. Life, health, and inclusion, 11. Economy, 13. Access to capital, 9, and other measures. The only measures that push Virginia to this top spot are education and workforce. And these two factors are essentially the same. Our well-educated kids stay here to get good jobs in our local government and businesses because they're well-educated, and they stay here to start businesses and families. When we tout our great #1 position as top state for business, we're relying on these two factors, and anything that harms these two harms our ranking. In other factors, Virginia is 24th in infrastructure, 26th in the cost of doing business, 32nd in cost of living. These mediocre rankings are dwarfed by our excellence in education and workforce, and while it is hard to bring these other measures forward, it is really easy to destroy the education and workforce ratings. Budget cuts or policies that drive away teachers, librarians, and school boards will undercut the existing quality, extremely high level of quality in Virginia, and we are poised to remain at the top as long as we maintain those. We understand that our inclusiveness draws workers and businesses from all over the country and from foreign lands. Our sense of welcoming, inclusiveness, and tolerance is a hallmark of Fairfax County. Reducing, limiting, or otherwise changing these policies will hurt our education system, constrain our workforce diversity, and hurt our businesses. What you do here drives Virginia's economy. Keep it up.
Thank you. That was our final speaker. We also have one video testimony. Michelle Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Sherman, and I'm the parent of 2 Falls Church High School alums, one from the class of 2016 and one from 2020. And I'm also the past president of the Falls Church High School PTSA. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board on the upcoming Falls Church High School renovation. Our community is incredibly grateful and very thankful that the renovation is about to start, but we do have one remaining issue that needs to be addressed immediately, and that is the issue of parking. At 2 community meetings, one in June of 2019 and one in April of 2021, plans for the renovation included the provision of 577 parking spaces, which is sufficient for the needs of our community. Yet in February of this past year, revised plans were presented to the community, which showed a 32% reduction in parking spaces, leaving just 396 spaces for the school. This is not sufficient to support the teachers, the students, and the students who will drive to the academy during the day, nor is it sufficient to support the community events and sporting events the school will host in the evenings and on the weekends. I ask the board to take immediate action to solve this problem and to base their decision on the needs of the community and the school, and most importantly, the students, not the softball community. And I ask the board to make their decision based on current data on the availability of softball playing fields in the county, not on a report that was published in 2008. And lastly, I ask the board to consider the equity of the issue to ensure that the facilities, including sufficient parking provided to the Falls Church High School students, are the same as those students at the other county high schools. I appreciate your immediate time and attention, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you.
Agenda item 3.02, Superintendent Matters. I call on Dr. Brabrand.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Sizemore-Heiser, and thank you, members of the board and community. I want to go over a few superintendent matters very briefly. First of all, super excited after spring break. We are going to be able to have universal tutoring for all students at all levels in a multitude of subjects, and it really will be an academic booster shot for our students, not just for the rest of this school year, but for the next 2 years using ESSER dollars. Super excited about this opportunity for our kids, and we'll be sharing more detailed information out in the weeks ahead right after spring break. We honored so many folks tonight. We really had a championship year here in Fairfax County Public Schools. We've had a lot of state champions. I know we recently talked about Hayfield and Madison, and congratulations to the Lady Warhawks at Madison and then the young men at Hayfield. But we've really had a variety of state championships, and we are working with the school board leadership to figure out how we can recognize and elevate all of our champions later this year. Wanted to share that with you. Kindergarten registration has begun. If you have a child that will turn 5 by September 30th, please contact your neighborhood school to make arrangements for kindergarten enrollment. And I want to remind our community that we continue to want our families to come back to Fairfax. We have had 2,000 students enroll since September who've come back into our schools, and we're excited to have many more continue to join us in the months ahead and as we plan for the next school year. We talked about our amazing librarians tonight, and certainly so much has been said. I want to thank them too for coming out and for all the work they do to make our libraries inclusive, where every kid can be seen, respected, and really valued. And it really is a saving grace, just like our fine arts are for many, many students. Another group I want to thank of our employees are our athletic trainers. It's National Athletic Training Month, and our athletic trainers do so much to prevent our kids from being injured, but also provide recognition for our athletes and really give them everything they can do to be fully successful in their athletic pursuits. So thank our trainers for all they do. And two final things I want to mention. Our school counselors. We've talked about the importance of mental health supports, and school counselors so much are involved in making that happen. I want you to know the highest award nationally is for school counseling is something called RAMP. I know it because as a principal 15 years ago, we were one of the first high schools to get that designation. 5 more programs have gone through the process to do it, and here they are. Hayfield Secondary School, Oakton High School, Thoreau Middle School, West Potomac High School, and Whitman Middle School. They will be recognized nationally at ASCA's National Conference in Austin, Texas in July. And finally, one of the things we talk about, and we know it's still a work in progress, is community engagement, to make sure all of our voices are being heard and respected as we make decisions. One way that we engage the community is through our websites. And Fairfax County Public Schools recently presented 6 of our schools with the 2021 Best of the Web Awards for excellence in website content and use of web-based tools. This is annual awards are organized by our Office of Communication Community Relations to celebrate schools that have done all this work and their web curators, and winners were recognized at a virtual meeting on March 11th. But on behalf of the entire division, I want to congratulate the following 6 schools: Columbia Elementary, Graham Road Elementary, Hayfield Elementary, Rocky Run Middle School, Chantilly Academy, and Falls Church High School. Making our websites current and relevant is an excellent way to make sure that our families and community members know a lot about our schools, at least through the web, and can find, and we're committed to finding additional ways to engage our students and families and community on all the good things happening in our schools. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Agenda item 3.03, Student Representative Matters. I call on Mr. Chaudhry.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. When we discuss the manner in which we value examining the whole child, it is necessary to tackle areas where we must still improve. This continues to be the case in our elementary and middle school advanced academics programs. some students face a situation in which they have a disability, and if that disability hasn't been identified yet, it directly affects how they score on the COGAT, and as a result, how they are academically placed. Moreover, the AAP appeals process remains deeply inaccessible to those without the financial or temporal means to seek it out. I come from a community where it is extremely common for AAP students to have entered through the appeals process. Meanwhile, that's a very rare thing in low-income areas, despite the fact that that does open up opportunity to students who initially weren't identified, but were very capable of succeeding and went on to do great things throughout their academic careers. So what does that mean? Well, tracking is so rigid right now in Fairfax County that if your parents or guardians don't have the means to fight for you, your placement is stagnant from the age of 8 up till right before you start high school. Programs like Young Scholars and the expansion of advanced academics programming into every elementary school are a great starting point, but they do not give credence to the underlying issue of how we identify students in the first place. There exists a critical need to evaluate additional pipelines for entry, including prioritizing funding for universal AAP rescreening, or allowing students to be identified directly through grades and/or teacher recommendations. I think in the past several years, FCPS has really gone down the track of children being so much more than a test score, and their academic capabilities being so much more than a test score. And that's something that really needs to reflect in our programs. It's also vital to examine a direct segue to full-time level 4 enrollment for A, students principal placed into the program within their school community, B, an entry pathway into level 4 for young scholars, C, opportunities for students placed in level 3, which is AAP for all of elementary school, but not at all in middle school, to be reevaluated before they enter middle school, as well as looking at how the presence of open enrollment honors courses that serve everyone at the high school level contrast with separating honors students and gifted students at the middle school level. Indeed, while gifted is not the term that FCPS uses anymore, it is still largely the perception among the student body and among the community. As is evident based on the number of times that I've brought this up, this barely scratches the surface. And being placed through the process and being labeled one way or another touches every elementary and middle school student in Fairfax County. This is so much bigger than just any one school or any one subset of policy decisions. This really covers everyone in America's 10th largest school system. And taking a deep dive at this issue through a forum topic and sustained efforts to address AAP identification is one of the greatest ways we can exemplify true commitment to equal opportunity for every child. And I also deeply hope and look forward to discussing with our next superintendent a readiness to address this issue and the importance of really examining that pipeline. Additionally, because I do have a little bit of time left, I will just say it was a pleasure today to be able to attend the Superintendent's Advisory Council's presentation day, which gave, I believe, around 15 to 20 recommendations to Dr. Brabrand and the FCPS leadership team as to policies which may better serve FCPS students through both the lenses of governance and day-to-day operations that is covered by admin. And so I think really hearing those ideas and getting to hear the open discussion and really kind of help students make those connections with those who I think they'd been excited to talk to was really incredible. Some of the conversations were really profound. For example, my student appointee to the Advisory Committee for Students with Disabilities got to talk to Dr. Brabrand about how special education students are affected by the structure of programming. Additionally, there were great discussions on the retake policy and everything from school lunches to accessibility with principals and feedback in our communities. And I look forward to working with those student leaders on, I think, much more robust fidelity of implementation than we've seen in past years with those student recommendations and really helping make those things a reality for our students. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Agenda item 4.01. I think we already did this. Confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is a portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case and at this time will make several motions to confirm the recommended action. I call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to expel a student who possessed a weapon, a loaded handgun, on school property.
Is there a second? Dr. Anderson. All those in favor? All those, and that is Dr. Anderson, Ms. Marin, Ms. Tolan, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Darnett Koufax, myself, Ms. Cohen, Mr. Frisch, and Ms. Corbett Sanders. Any opposed? Abstaining? Ms. Keys-Gamarra, and that passes with Ms. Pekarsky away from the table, and Ms. Omesha away from the table. Agenda item 4.02, third quarter budget review. I call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board approve revenue and expenditure adjustments as reflected in the fiscal year 22 third quarter budget review and as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second? Dr. Anderson, thank you. Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We talk about how our budgets are value statements. And this third quarter review calls for the use of the excess funds from the third quarter to be invested in what is most important to our to this board, which is making it student-centric. And the student-centric aspect of this is ensuring that our students are able to take advantage of robust enrichment and remediation programming during this summer. Of special note is that this summer, although we had expected a higher enrollment last year, this summer we're expecting 30,000 students from Fairfax County across the county to participate in summer programming. That is 1 in every 6 of our students. So this is a good investment in our students, and I would appreciate the support of this board.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
I would like to yield my time to Ms. Tolan.
Great, Ms. Tolan.
Yes, thank you. Stepped away at the wrong time, I guess. Yeah, I just want to point out that, we are using a combination of ESSER and quarter 3 funding for the summer programs. And I just want to mention our ESSER dollars this year have been allocated out to the schools as of the end of August. And the schools are beginning to use them. I purposely have been visiting schools to see in particular how the ESSER dollars are being spent. I recently was at Chesterbrook, Hutchinson, and Great Falls, and impressed. I just want to talk a little bit about that, the use of the ESSER dollars. I saw and learned how these ESSER dollars are being utilized and helping students in an array of ways. Math games for 6th graders, learning ratios. At Hutchinson, the literacy specialists have purchased engaging literacy readers that support reading and content at the same time. And principals are using quite a bit of this funding also for hourly funds to increase in-person tutoring and mentoring to further assist and engage our students. All 3 of these principals were using the funds differently, but all very excited about the ways these dollars are supporting their students and staff. I know we have a few questions this evening on why we're not fully funding our summer school program using ESSER funds and why we might need this third quarter transfer. So I'd like to ask our CFO, Lee Burden, to elaborate on this a little bit.
Yes, well, as you may recall, all of the ESSER funds are fully allocated. The state did not allow us to include placeholder funds. We do have $5.6 million allocated towards summer school, but as Ms. Corbett Sanders said, we do expect a large number of students this year, and $5.6 million is not enough, and so we'll need to supplement that with savings from the staffing reserve at $12.5 million identified in the third quarter report.
Great, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I appreciate what Ms. Corbett-Sanders said, and I have no doubt that all 12 of us on this board are committed to extended summer learning and the importance of remediation. So that's not in question at all. I think our absolute commitment of every single board member is putting our students first. My concern and my questions to the superintendent and to the CFO and to my colleagues about tonight what's in front of us is we should not take lightly that we are taking our general operating funds that are supposed to be for our needs that we set up to address recurring annual costs and operations for this system. And when the federal government gives this school system $188 million, and you guys all remember sitting at this dais where I kept saying, what's the plan? What's the plan? And the superintendent saying, we've got a plan. Well, this is an example of we don't have a plan because we have $188 million and we didn't set aside enough money for what we knew summer remediation was going to be so important. And I can only speak for what I'm hearing from my principals that because the ESSER 3 plans at the school level took so long to be developed and then approved at the region level that they have a lot of existing dollars. Ms. Burden says they got it in August. They didn't get to start spending that money until they all got approved, and as we know was just presented to us, that was sometime after January. So my colleagues, my concern about tonight is simply this. We can't get those general operating dollars back. And how many times do we fight over $12.5 million and how we could spend this in really important ways? And so my only question to the superintendent that I have for him this evening is, did he consult and confer with the 200 principals to find out, do you have $12.5 million that you expect aren't going to be spent by the year end of this school year, which is about 2.5 months away? And that's where you're going to have the fallout of unspent academic dollars for this year that we can transfer over to the ESY, and then the $12.5 million is going to go to our year-end funds that how often do we hear of all the other things that our school system and our employees are telling us we need? I'm really uncomfortable that we unfortunately didn't have a work session on it. We didn't have an opportunity to talk with one another about this. And so Dr. Brabrand, please explain to me, have you checked in with your 200 principals? Do you and your CFO know how many millions of dollars are going to be left at the end of the academic school year? Because you guys, I'm just being transparent. If I turn around and find out that we had more than $12.5 million that didn't get used, and because once we spend this, it's not like we can go back to the ESSER dollars and go, oh, well, now we'll replenish. So $12.5 million is important general fund dollars. And this feels like a premature decision. I'd rather put this in a set aside and then allow the superintendent to come back to us at the end of the academic year. And then if we need to be funding ESSER, we know the money is there, but I don't feel comfortable committing it here tonight. So Dr. Brabrand, I know you and I were having an email conversation. I appreciate as always that you entertain my intense questions. So anything you can do to help, because this does make me, the purpose of funding ESY is absolutely certain. How we're doing it and why we're not using ESSER gives me a lot of concern.
Well, thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. I appreciate the question. A couple things I'd say. One is we're definitely seeing that the academic needs for students to have a larger than normal summer school continue to be larger than anticipated. We're running summer school again this summer probably 2 to 3 times what we had thought that we would need. So we do need those additional dollars. And we need to plan in advance. I certainly understand. We will have some carryover money. We told principals that they would be able to have that money so that any of the work that they didn't get done in their plan that they did develop this year, they'll be able to continue to have for next year. And we can make reallocations moving forward to ESSER, as we talked about before with this board. We pledged to do that, and I think we may have a few amendments to come up. But in this moment, in this time, we need to set the planning process, the budgeting process for summer school. We need some additional funds. It's one-time money. These quarter reviews are one-time money to do the summer school. And I don't know, Ms. Burton, is there anything you would add beyond what I've shared that you'd like to share?
No, you're absolutely correct that the grant funds carry over, and the principals will be able to carry over these funds and use them in the next year. And the fiscal 23 funds that were allocated, that is certainly something that we're going to need to revisit from ESSER.
Ms. Burden, what do you mean that we're going to have to revisit the fiscal year 23 funds?
I mean that there will be funds carried over at each school location from ESSER 3 that were budgeted and given to them for academic intervention and wellness intervention in fiscal 22. Only about 25% of those funds have been spent. Principals know that they can carry those funds over into fiscal 23, and so the funds that are allocated for fiscal 23 will likely need to be revisited.
Revisit in the sense that we're going to have carryover unspent funds from fiscal 22, so then we're going to be able to be saying to them, you're going to have a total of school-based ESSER dollars that'll be higher in fiscal 23? Is that what you're saying?
No, originally when we presented the initiatives to the board back in August, we allocated ESSER funds across 3 years. Fiscal 22, fiscal 23, and fiscal 24. The bulk, about 52% allocated in fiscal 22 and 40% around there budgeted in fiscal 23. If all of the schools have funds that they can carry over and continue to use from fiscal 22 in fiscal 23, that will reduce their need for fiscal 23, and so we should revisit the allocations for that year.
So, I mean, I don't know, you guys, if I'm just the only one not getting it here tonight. 25% of our $188 million, well, that's not even it. It's 25% of what we allocated for just fiscal year 22. Only 25% has been spent, and we've got very little time left. I don't understand why we aren't just simply saying to the superintendent, of course we want you to be funding the ESY for this summer, but you shouldn't be using general operating dollars when we have so much of our ESSER funds unspent, unused, and we could be using the one-time general operating funds to do all the other things that we continually know that we need to address at every year end. I mean, we're prematurely losing $12.5 million to go to a whole lot of different ways for general operating dollars while we are flush with ESSER funds. I'm telling you, the public, our families and our taxpayers are not going to understand why we took their dollars while the federal government has given us all these other dollars and the dollars exist. I just don't think this is a good decision on our part. By all means, we can signal the superintendent, of course we want you to run ESY, but you've got $12.5 million in ESSER funds to be able to do it.
Madam Chair, can I?
Ms. McLaughlin, are you finished?
For everybody's sake, yes.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, please.
Ms. McLaughlin, I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention tonight. I think that I wish we had had a bit more time to kind of go through a little bit of the process and the concerns, and so I welcome this discussion at the board table. I did want to kind of clarify two things. One is that this is not for ESY only. It's for summer school enrichment and remediation, so it's broader than just our traditional ESY. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you are correct that the ESSER funds were delayed in getting to our schools. And that was because, yes, the ESSER funds were allocated at the state level. We had to submit a plan for the use of ESSER funds in August. And then it took a period of time for the funding to come into the county, and then there was the process of getting all 200 buildings plans done and approved, both at the building level and then at the regional level, as well as through the project management function of Dr. Petrick. I'm kind of bummed that she isn't here tonight so she could go into more detail about the ESSER funds. However, what I understand is, yes, they were slow in getting the funds to the schools, but that as we had our work session, and I don't remember the exact date, but it was about a month ago, one of the topics that came up was that because they were slower in getting the funding and the plans approved, that there was a delay in expenditures, but that there was a ramping up this happening this spring, and that they were also going to ensure that they were making adjustments and actually not doing the full allocation of ESSER funds to those schools that didn't necessarily need the level of funding that they received this year for next year, and that funding would be going to basically a needs-based funding of ESSER funds. And so that's an iterative process. And before, the ESSER funds aren't as fungible as we would like them to be. The federal government has been very clear about what you can spend on ESSER funds and what you can't, but it also has been very clear that you have to submit a plan, and then any reallocation of funds, we actually have to provide an amendment to the plan. And so I think that's part of the discussion that's going on tonight, is really where are we at in that process. And I'm going to call upon Ms. Burden to correct anything that I may have said in error, because she's certainly more of an expert at this than I am. But it's my understanding that the whole allocation and usage of those ESSER funds is an iterative process.
No, everything you said was correct, except for we're actually planning on serving 40,000 students in summer school.
So at 40,000 students in summer school, we're talking about over, what is that, 25% of our population? More than 25% of our population. That's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, oh, I see your light is off. Ms. Marin?
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, for that explanation. So I struggle with something that I feel like I'm kind of framing as like a philosophical difference that some of us might have between spending general funds and spending ESSER funds. And I know to Ms. Burden, I've asked a number of times about where does the flexibility lie in some things like increasing hourly staff pay or paying for outdoor learning space furniture. Just today I was talking with a middle school principal and a dean of students who was saying they would love to remove bays of unused lockers and create space for kids to have that calm down, social, emotional, recharging space, as well as pay for monitors to supervise. That was to the tune of 30 grand. But they said, well, we can't spend money on furniture. So, this is a brand new experience having these ESSER funds. And I'm looking, there you are, using these ESSER funds. And your team has done a very, good job about trying to lay things out. And we had CARES Act and ESSER and budget, and it's very complex. I'm just wondering if maybe we need a better understanding at this time, because we keep coming back to what I see as this like philosophical, why can't we spend money for more teachers, and why are we using general funds when we have ESSER, and who is making the calls on the flexibility? Is it the state, is it the division, or is it the federal government? So I know I need that information because I'm trying to have these conversations to advocate for what principals are saying they need, as well as I do want to protect the general fund if we can. Just there are some thoughts that maybe we need to have this kind of regrounding as we're, learning this for the first time, as every school division in America is. So I welcome thoughts from the superintendent and Ms. Burden or anyone else on that, please.
I'll make a couple comments, and Ms. Burden, jump in if you'd like to. Some of this is just about, this is all one-time money. Federal one-time money and one-time money that we do with these quarterly reviews. We do a first quarter review, a third quarter review. It's operating dollars, but it's still one time. We're not saying forever it's going. It's going to summer school, which because of the pandemic has gone far larger, far bigger than we expected. Principals develop plans. If we pulled the money from principals now, yes, they're 25%. Yes, we expect carryover, but how much? How much? Some are going to get almost all their money spent. Some will be 50%, some will be 75%. Remember, you all passed over the summer, any changes to ESSER over 100,000 have to come to you. Then we have to go to the state to get permission. Part of this is about messaging to our principals. Follow your plan to the best of your ability for the remainder of this year. We expect the spending to accelerate here in this last quarter of the year as we really rev up our student needs. And we need to begin to plan for summer school, salaries, materials, curriculum, and we want to be set for that. So in the end, we're not talking about operating dollars lost forever, a year after year after year. This is about one-time money in this moment of time. And if we have additional one-time money that we have as a result of using the operating dollars, we'll have more ESSER funds to spend in FY23 and in FY24. September 24 is the final date at this point for our use of ESSER spending. So we're not going to waste money, right? No one wants to waste money. We have the time frame to still judiciously look at how we spend our ESSER money. And in the end, this superintendent, and I know you're in the superintendent search, is going to use a CFO who the state honors every year to train all the other finance school district CFOs for the last 15 years. And I'm going to rely on her guidance. We certainly met in our cabinet and discussed it, but I'm going to rely on her and her team's guidance as the guidance I give you. And that remains the case for this tonight. We did present last week, and I'll be honest, Ms. McLaughlin, had I known that these were issues earlier, I would have, worked to try to address those. I know you shared, you've been busy and brought it up tonight, and that's fair. And this is a place to question me, but we've done our best thinking. We have our approach, and I hope the board will support this approach this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. I would love to know at some point, though, maybe that further clarification about who is setting the decision-making about flexibility when it comes to things like buying furniture or some of these improvements that are more SEL related, but also academics, getting kids outside and having that rest time. So I would appreciate that at some point, please.
Yeah, we could find a way to share what those parameters are on the ESSER spending. It's interesting, I'll just tell you, I was on a national call today because some of the narrative honestly going around in the country, all the money's going to furniture and not kids. So I'm just sharing with you honestly, as school districts, trying to manage a narrative that we're investing in kids. Almost all this ESSER money went to schools and their budget for academic supports and social emotional. We were a little delayed because of the Delta variant to get those plans done. It's full steam ahead with those plans this year. If there's carryover, it will inform our ESSER spending for next year, and the board will be completely in the loop and review what our plans are for ESSER spending next year. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Ms. Tolan?
Yes. I just wanted to ask for clarification and a question. So, obviously we don't want to slow any planning for summer school or any way to get these programs ready for 40,000 kids. So what options do we have in the budget, if any, to, maybe not move this money in third quarter right now, to wait and see what's happening with the ESSER funding? And in a month or two, maybe have a better picture of that. Do we have that option? Are there issues with moving money between accounts? Is that what the issue is? Or, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, let me see, Ms. Burden, if you'd like to share about the latest we can wait before we're doing those appropriations for this summer school this summer.
I don't think we can wait any longer at all. I mean, we have to post positions. We have to post salaries. We have to recruit, a large number of people to work during summer, and all of that has to happen now. We do have, some ESSER funds that we're using for summer school, as well as some regular summer school that's in the grants and self-supporting programs funds. But, we really don't want to go out and recruit for positions to work summer school without a funding source. And this $12.5 million provides enough funding, along with the other two, to be able to do the program that we have planned for.
Yeah, I guess what I was asking is, I totally get all of that, but so what is keeping us from, I guess, using ESSER funds and then repaying them? Is there something wrong with moving the money back and forth in an account? I know enough about accounting to be dangerous, but.
Well, operationally, that's not ideal because it's, lots of people and lots of salary line items.
The simplest way I would say it, this is one-time operating money that we're spending now. You're still going to be able to recoup that for ESSER money as we look at FY23 and FY24 for ESSER spending. By the way, some of the guidelines for ESSER spending include it's around remediation from the pandemic. Some of our summer school isn't just remediation, it's enrichment and acceleration. So some of the guidelines. Operating a large division and all the money is a huge, huge issue. I believe our finance folks know the right approach. We're not wasting money, we're spending it judiciously, and we need to plan in advance now in March so we have strong programs. As you know, last year, juggling ESSER as it came on, we were really struggling to get that summer program and the hiring up and running to the full level that we wanted. So this gives us the ability to plan in advance, to execute, to hire, and make sure we have a fully functioning, fully executed summer school. And, again, we will work with you all and want to be able to answer questions as you move forward on this spending. It is great spending that we've gotten from the federal government. Remember, it's still less than 1% of our total budget, but we certainly want to use it wisely, and we are, because we gave it mostly to schools, and we're continuing to make sure schools follow their plans. We've posted them all on their websites now for the full plan for our community to see, and we're going to continue to use that approach of investing that money directly in our schools and holding our schools accountable to the plans that they've developed. And if they didn't get to all of their plan this year, we'll be able to really relook at that and help inform what their plans will be for the next school year and the year after that that are ESSER related.
Thank you. Ms. Dernak-Koufax?
So I appreciate the dialogue here tonight, and I am a little torn, Dr. Brabrand. I am trying to fill it, and I think Ms. Marin called it a philosophical conversation as to if we know we are going to have carryovers in the ESSER monies, and we know that the ESSER monies are for learning loss, and no better avenue do we have to address learning loss than our summer school. I guess I appreciate the conversation here about, why are we not doing that if we know we're going to have a carryover and then we have this $12 million for some other options in our general fund. So I'm still not able to reconcile that at this moment at 10 o'clock at night when this is the first time I'm hearing about it, but I appreciate the conversation. So I don't know right now how I will vote on this because I do not feel like there's been a great case made as to why we are not using ESSER funding to do this if we know we're going to have carryovers for unspent funds. I don't feel like I understand the specificity of why we can't do that.
I don't know, Mr. Smith, Dr. Presidio, anybody else want to add anything beyond what I've said, Ms. Burden, Ms. Wigington? Otherwise, I think if you have something else to add, great, and then the board will have to take a vote and make a decision.
Yeah, we would have, if we were going to reallocate ESSER funds, that would require first that we identify who we're taking $12.5 million from, the projects or initiatives that were already approved, which ones of those are we not going to do after all. And, you know, of course, any change to those 29 initiatives that were approved would have to come to the school board for approval, as well as be submitted to VDOE as a grant amendment, and they would have to approve that change in our grant plan.
The only thing that I might add that maybe would help the board a little bit is, you know, when we've had this discussion in our previous work sessions looking at the ESSER budget and the needs, we've talked about the extreme magnitude of needs that students have in both academics and in wellness. And we've talked about the need to really take a longitudinal multi-year approach to addressing those needs. And when we developed the budget and the board approved the ESSER budget, we really tried to place as much money as we could in the schools, because we knew that the schools needed to provide those direct services and supports to students. Those would be the most impactful ways that we could spend our ESSER dollars. And we also knew that we were going to have the ability to carry over some funds, as we know, all the way into 2024. So taking that longitudinal view and thinking about how to maximize our funds that we actually are investing in our students in schools, I really do think schools are going to need to spend all those dollars. Even though they haven't spent them yet because they received them late this year, those student needs are still going to be there next school year. Schools are going to need to carry over money in the following year, and even, I believe, into the fall of 2024. So when we look at the amount of investment that we need to make in helping our students recover from the pandemic, yes, that $188 million from the federal government is necessary and welcome, and we're going to have to supplement that with other investments that we make out of the operating budget. So I think if you think about the magnitude of needs and think about the money that way, I really do believe that the schools are going to need to carry over unspent funds this year to have those monies available to support students next year and beyond.
So thank you for that answer. What if we knew we had to plan, and we start our planning, but we don't approve this 12.4 until the next quarter, the end of without year end? We could do the planning and without.
Well, summer school starts in June, and the next quarterly review is brought to you all as new business middle of July, but then it doesn't come back to you until the end of August.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple go-backs, unless there's someone who, oh, sorry, I apologize. Ms. Omesh?
Thank you. I'm actually happy to follow some of Dr. Presidio's comments. I think maybe for some of my colleagues, where I'm seeing this is, if we were to even just reframe how we're thinking about it, we're trying to end up with, regardless of the carryover, we're trying to leave some kind of amount to then, you know, allocate it later for different programs, et cetera, not be tied in the same way that we might be with ESSER money. But I actually think us tying our hands is a good thing because of the extent of learning loss that's there. I think by now forcing ourselves to commit a certain amount of money towards the learning loss and having whatever, you know, room within ESSER to consider that later is the direction we want to be heading in. At the end of the day, I mean, I think it's such an infinite like the need is so infinite. No matter how much we invested in that, there will still always be more. So that's kind of how I'm seeing this. That the piece of tying our hands is actually desirable here to move our system towards investing more into the learning loss component rather than having maybe the flexibility to decide other things, because that's the ultimate priority right now.
Great, thank you. I do have a couple go-backs on here, so I will start with Ms. McLaughlin and then Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
I feel like tonight is really a logic a logic lesson. So our CFO is telling us that 75% of the ESSER dollars for this academic year have gone unspent at 200 schools. She has said that the FY23 ESSER allotments will be adjusted downward because they're going to have carryover coming out of 2022. So we're trying to solve a problem that may not exist down the road about our ESSER dollar, ESSER funds, ESSER investment, because we've got all this ESSER dollars on the table, but we're going to preemptively lose $12.5 million in general funds that are taxpayer dollars that we are constantly scraping for in our budget efforts. And so what I don't understand is, Ms. Burden, how many millions of dollars were sent down to the schools for this academic year in ESSER? We have 200 schools, so how much went to those schools?
$27.5 million.
27.5 million.
That's the academic intervention number. The wellness number is 11.7. So the two combined,
Okay,
40
about
million.
$40 million.
Yeah.
And you said we've spent about 10 million so far. So there's 30 million sitting on the table. Listening to my principals, they're not going to burn through the 30 million for this academic year. So meanwhile, what we should have done as a division, which is why many of us talked about the importance of a plan, which we didn't get, we just were told they were going to shove it all down in the schools, is the division didn't plan that we were going to end up needing about $18 million in summer school. Instead, we took the 40 million, sent it down into the schools, only kept $5.5 million back for summer school. Now we're at a delta of $12.5 million we need to fund summer school. That's why I'm so upset tonight, because if we'd done the planning on what we knew we wanted to invest in for summer school, we would have made sure that we kept 18 million set for summer school, given them the rest of the dollars, knowing that their plans were going to get started up late, approved late, and where we are, and no one with $30 million is going to be left shortchanged to do the academic work this year, and they're all getting new allotments in the fall. But instead, we're going to let them carry over what could be anywhere from $15 to $30 million, and we just lost $12.5 million to direct to how many different ways. You guys, I know this is not pretty, but I really think it's premature to vote on this tonight. I don't know why we don't wait till the next board meeting. As Dr. Brabrand said, all of our ESSER dollars is less than 1%. We have so much money in reserve that if we had to, of course we can say the superintendent, you've got year-end funds, the bills will get paid. But deciding tonight to commit the 12.5, while we have 30 million in ESSER dollars sitting unspent in our schools, and frankly, Ms. Burden, I'm disappointed that you and Dr. Brabrand are making it sound like it is so hard with 200 schools that you couldn't say to them, hey, we need to find out which of you has the unspent funds. You plan for now to the end of the year, and so just let us know how many millions of it. It's that fewer dollars of general fund that we would be committing to. But that doesn't even sound like you guys did that homework.
Ms. McLaughlin, you underestimate the wrath of 200 principals. But I do think it's important that you know that on July 15th, the original plan for ESSER that we brought to the board did include $20.2 million for summer school. But between July 15th and August 26th, it was determined that there were a couple of greater priorities, primarily classroom monitors of $10 million, bus driver compensation at $3.3 million, and ESOL teachers, 10 of them at $1 million. And so since all of the funds have to be allocated, we had to reduce summer school in the second year to be able to fund those three things, and that's why it dropped to $5.6 million.
But nothing can debate the fact that we have $30 million in unspent ESSER as of today. And that's what's concerning to me. So I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Burden, but in the end, you guys, you know, I don't always agree with staff. I think in this one, it is going to be really hard to explain to our community why we gave up $12.5 million general funds while we've got all this unspent ESSER dollars. I just think it's a bad move tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson and Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Quick question, because I remember asking this before when we first were talking about the third quarter budget. I had asked, why is it so important for the principals to hold on to what they have right now? And I believe even you, Dr. Presidio, had shared that they have in some ways encumbered some of those funds. Can you perhaps, do you recall that conversation?
I'm not sure I heard all of your question. Could you repeat some of that?
The allocations that have been provided to the principals, granted, not all of them have been spent.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair. Would you ask the Dr. Anderson to speak directly into her microphone rather than to Dr. Presidio?
Sorry, I'm trying to have some eye contact
Dr.
with
Anderson,
the folks back there.
Would you please speak into the mic so all members can hear you?
Can I be heard? Is this good? Okay, I cannot look at you, Dr. Presidio, because if I turn around, I lose the mic. Can you speak to the funds that were given to the principals? Is there a sense that you have, or perhaps Ms. Burden, that they have encumbered those funds with contracts, et cetera? Is that present in the funds that they have right now from ESSER?
So I see Ms. Burden as having a sidebar, but you are correct. In some instances, some of those funds have been planned for and encumbered by hiring folks on an hourly basis, for example, or even in some instances, hiring folks on a part-time contract through the remainder of the year, and those funds are encumbered but not yet spent. So that 25% number will grow in terms of overall funds that have been expended by the end of the year. It won't increase to 100%, however, but it will increase. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just recall us having that conversation. My second question, Ms. Burden, you had talked a little bit regarding timing of summer school. Can you please repeat that? What would be the drop-dead date for preparation?
I mean, summer school starts at the end of July. I mean, end of June. We've already started. I mean, we're well on our way to moving forward with summer school.
Okay, so we're a little bit behind making sure that the funds are available for summer school and all of the enrichment programs which Ms. Corbett-Sanders talked about earlier. My third question is, as per the allowable expenditures of ESSER 3, would there be any way for us to offer a substitution with a regular general operating fund expenditure that we typically do every year?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
For example, if we were to have a surplus of ESSER funds that schools are not able to spend, and we have to recoup that, is there anything we could spend on it for the division that is typically funded by the operating fund? Is there anything allowed? Because I know there was an expansion of how ESSER dollars could be spent from the original provisions.
Yes, but if there are ESSER funds left with the principals at the end of the year that are unspent, and I'm not certain that that's going to be true, because I know that all of the schools have ramped up their spending recently, and so as Dr. Brabrand said, some will spend all of it before the end of the year, some will spend half of it. You know, it will just depend. So that if we are going to talk about reallocating ESSER, we should talk about reallocating fiscal 23, not undo everything that all of the principals and the whole system, in fact, all of the work that has been put forward, because they will have those funds to carry forward, use them in the next year, which will reduce their need for the second year of ESSER funding. And so that is the year that we should look at.
And that's what I meant. I'm so sorry that I didn't share that. It will be in fiscal 23. Would we be able to reallocate ESSER funds through some other expenditures? And what I'm hearing from you
absolutely
is that yes. So it wouldn't necessarily be that we are losing 12.5 from the general fund at this time. If there are some things that we can substitute it for in FY23. Thank you. Right? Yes, she's shaking her head.
My mic is not working. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Frisch?
All right. Depersonalize a little bit. And I do have concerns about taking money from our general funding for this, and I want to get some clarity. One of the pieces I think Dr. Anderson just asked. ESSER funds from 23 can be spent backwards to replenish the money that has been spent by the board that was not ESSER money if we do take the money out for summer school?
Yes, I mean, we have to account for it properly. But yes, if we had something within the grant period that we had not charged to ESSER, but it was eligible to be, if it was an eligible expenditure, then yes, we could move that into
Backfill.
ESSER after the fact.
Okay, so, and I understand the concerns about playing with money that is currently allocated, right? It's not the same everywhere. It could be very complicated. I get that. I think it's going to be important as we move into 23 to have conversations about how that money can come back to fill that hole. I do have a question about if we do allocate this funding for summer school from the general fund, how does that impact the budget discussion that we're having now with the items that many colleagues are thinking that we're going to have funding available to prioritize, if at all?
It doesn't, it's one-time funds, it's non-recurring.
Right, but the money that we're spending for summer school wouldn't be one-time funds, right? It'd be from our... It is,
One time,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's one time, and we still have a fully funded budget request before the Board of Supervisors. You all have asked me with that follow-on motion to look at that. We're costing it all out. We're going to have that meeting in April. I'm not ready to make any predictions yet, but we're talking as a leadership team about how we can work to bring my best recommendations about what could be funded. But that's the ongoing funding. This is just one time. And just to put a pin in what Ms. Burden said, the $12 million you're spending in operating today can be replenished by ESSER money next year into operating dollar needs to the tune of the $12 million.
And how would we formalize that conversation in the future? Just so that we're not like, oops.
Yeah, you've just shared with me that feedback tonight. If that's where the board as a group feels, or a follow-on motion, that would be fine.
All right. Because I'm conscious that I think it's concerning that a lot of the money hasn't been spent, but at the same time, we know that it's allocated for specific needs. And by the way, thank you for getting all of the plans on the website and linked on every school website as well. I think that brings some transparency to this process. And they can see what all of the different things, strategies, and action items that we're spending the funding on in our schools. So I'm fine with moving forward, providing that we hopefully act as a board to say that we'd like to have this conversation in the future. And I think Ms. McLaughlin is drafting it as we speak.
As the budget chair, I'd like to interject here a bit.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, we have a list of people, so I have you on the list for go back. Thank you. All right, next.
I'm done.
You done, Mr. Frisch? Thank you. We have Ms. Darnay Koufax.
All right. My questions were the same as Carl. I wanted to hear again from you, Dr. Brabrand, what Ms. Burden had said. And so I am going to propose a follow-on motion to use any unallocated ESSER dollars to replenish the $12.4 million that it was been allocated third quarter, that was allocated third quarter for summer school.
Are you making the motion now?
Yes, I made a motion. I'm making a motion.
I'll second.
I'm sorry,
All right.
can you repeat your motion, please?
Well, it's half written. Follow, to use any unallocated ESSER dollars to replenish the 12.4 million used for summer school. Let's see. To use any unallocated ESSER dollars to replenish the $12.4 million used for summer school for 2022.
I'll second.
Is it 12.5?
All right, I'm going to wait for our clerk to finish writing the motion. So I'm 12.5? Is that 12.5. Yeah. Confirming. Dr. Anderson, you're seconding?
Yes.
Ms. Derenak Kofax, would you like to speak to your motion?
Everything I said earlier.
Dr. Anderson?
There's no more that needs to be said on this from me.
All right, I'm going to ask, I have many of our members who have their hands up from before, so if there's anybody new, I may just go down the line at this point.
Ms. Sizemore Heiser, all of the ESSER funds are allocated, so the fifth word needs to be unused.
Unused.
Unused, all right. If our clerk could change that to unused ESSER funds.
Ms. Burden, do I have flexibility in using
Ms. Derenak Kofax, did you have something you wanted to add?
What?
Did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I'm asking because I'm still crafting this motion because Ms. Burden is helping me right now. But I want to know, do I have flexibility in the year? Could it be any unallocated, unused ESSER funds?
Yeah, FY23 budget.
FY23, okay. For summer school in the FY23 budget, Bev. No, for summer school.
Unused FY23.
23 ESSER funds, ESSER funds.
Unused FY23.
I move to use any unused FY23 ESSER funds to replenish the 12.5 million used for summer school. And no, and at the end, no, in the third quarter review. That's
For 2022 summer school. I just want to say 2022 summer school.
just delete FY23, I think.
Just come all the way back and just do for 2022 summer school.
Madam Chair, can we take a pause while we try to figure out what we're doing here?
I'm sorry, if you could, thank you, Ms. Marin. So what I was going to suggest actually is let's take a 5-minute break to figure out to craft the motion, and then we'll come back to the table once we have it crafted. And I'll ask perhaps if Ms. Burden and Dr. Brabrand want to work with the maker of our motion, Ms. Derenak Kofax, and our budget chair, Ms. Corbett Sanders, to craft this motion. Thank you. Without objection, can we take a break? All right. Board members, please take your seats. Now Jason's saying it. Now Jason. Board members, please take your seats. All right, we will reconvene. All right, so we have a motion on the table. We have a follow-on motion on, is this a follow-on motion now? Because it was a.
This is a follow-on.
I'm sorry, we had an amendment on the table. Sorry, it was, when we left, it was, I know, but when we left, it was an amendment, and we had a second for it, and we were crafting it. So I want to make sure that I'm saying that when we left, we had an amendment on the table that has now been changed. Without objection, this is what thank you.
Without objection, without objection, I move the proposed amendment to now become a follow-on.
Do I still need a second?
Is there?
Without
Point of-
objection.
Yes, Mr. Frisch?
All right, just so we're on the up and up. It should be without objection, you would like to withdraw your amendment. Everybody doesn't object. Then we vote on the motion, and then you make a follow-on motion.
All right.
Ms. Taranaki Kofax, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, ma'am. Without objection, I move to withdraw my amendment.
Is there any objection? The amendment is withdrawn.
I would like to be recognized again.
Ms. Taranaki
No.
Kofax.
No. Action.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Now I would like to call for a vote. Hang on a second. I'm going to get back to. All those in favor? Hold on. Let me make sure I have the correct vote. I will call for the vote. The motion before us is on the screen. Yes. All those in favor? That is unanimous with Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Pekarsky away from the table. Is there anyone who wishes to be recognized? Ms. Taranaki Kofax.
Thank you. I would like to propose a follow-on,
Yes.
and it would read, I move to use any unused ESSER funds by March 2023 to replace up to $12.5 million used for summer school in 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Anderson. Ms. Taranaki Kofax, would you speak to your follow-on motion?
We had lots of discussion on this, so not at this, no more discussion for me.
Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Well, briefly, no.
Any other board members wishing to speak? If I may ask for board members who don't want to speak to turn their lights off. Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, would you like to speak?
Yes, and I support the follow-on motion philosophically. I do have one question or clarification, because as it is written, it says to use any unused ESSER funds by March 2023, and it should be currently allocated ESSER funds or something like that, because we will be using ESSER funds through fiscal year 24 up until the end of September, I believe. And so I'm a little concerned about the term unused ESSER funds, because it's overly broad. I just noticed that as I read it, and I apologize for seeking clarification. So I believe it is currently, Ms. Burden, if you would like to suggest a modification that allows you to do your job with these funds.
Yeah, I would just add allocated in between unused and ESSER.
Is there an objection from the maker of the motion to add?
Without objection.
Without objection, may we add?
Can she just repeat that again, please?
It's up there on the screen. She just
It's on the
added the
screen in
word
front of us.
allocated.
Is there any
Unused,
objection?
allocated.
Is there any objection to adding the phrase allocated in between unused and ESSER? Without objection, we'll add the phrase. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I think it should be unused, currently allocated. I'm just concerned that it's an iterative process and we'll be allocating throughout the process. And as written, it seems like in March of 2023, anything not allocated will, is that what you're suggesting? I know, I apologize. I just.
Wait, Ms. Burden?
You could say unused fiscal 22 allocated ESSER funds.
Thank you.
But, I know what this means. We know what to do.
Thank you.
So without objection, can we add the phrase fiscal year 22 before allocated? Do I see any objection to that? Ms. Corbett Sanders?
I know.
Great, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I want to just say how much I appreciate to my colleagues that I know this was a painful extension to the meeting, but I appreciate all that everybody said, our commitment to our general operating dollars, and that because ESSER funds are so tightly constricted, and our general operating funds are what we can use with latitude to best serve the needs of the school system, I think this is a win-win follow-on motion. And so I really do appreciate where we landed here tonight, and I look forward to supporting the follow-on motion.
Great, thank you. Ms. Omesh?
Yeah, okay, given that not all of us participated in the deliberation to arrive here, so I find us in a little bit of a funny position. So in an intention to expand our options of how we use this money, we are compromising by actually limiting our options. Can I understand from staff how do we restrict ourselves here? I'm seeing that, without this, the next superintendent has the opportunity to decide how they want to use the money. With this, they're restricted to replenish the 12.5 million, as opposed to maybe it works out that it's from operating funds, and maybe we use up our ESSER money. Can someone elaborate on that?
I would say one of the things in here is it says any unused up to 12.5 million. It's not promising all 12.5 million, so there will be some flexibility there. That's how staff has interpreted it. We'll do our best to replenish all 12.5, and the next superintendent will need to work with Ms. Burden and the staff. The intent's 12.5, but if the circumstances of the financial conditions are that it can't be, then it'll be less than that. So that's why the up to language is in there.
But we may not want to replenish any. I mean, we just don't know.
And that'll be a conversation that you all would have. That would be a conversation you all would have in the fall.
I mean, does that not set up the next person for failure? Because we're directing the superintendent now to take a specific action. Whether that's 12.5, whether that's 1, whether that's 0.1, it doesn't matter. But at some point,
I think the most honest answer I can give at 10:45, I'd prefer not to have a follow-on, but staff worked with the board and we can accept this follow-on motion and move forward. That's what I would say to you at this hour.
okay, so here's why I guess I'm in good conscience. I'm just not going to vote for it. I think without voting for this, we avail ourselves of the option of doing this and more. So we just have options. We don't know what things are going to look like in the future. I think actually the intention behind this is excellent. I think that we want to consider expanding options with how we use the money and which pots are available to us, given federal constraints. But like I said, we are trying to expand options, that's our intention, by limiting options. And so I'm not going to vote for this, especially given that we're going to have an entire transition in leadership, and we just don't know what the realities are going to look like.
Okay, so Ms. Darnat, I'm sorry? Well, no, Ms. Darnat Koufax has her light on. All right, well, if no one else wants to speak, I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor? That's Dr. Anderson, Ms. Marin, Ms. Tolan, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Darnat Koufax, myself, Ms. Cohen, Mr. Frisch, Ms. Corbett Sanders, excuse me. All those opposed? Ms. Omesh? So that passes with Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Pekarsky away from the table. Thank you. Moving right along.
May I be recognized, Madam Vice Chair?
Dr. Anderson is recognized.
Without objection, I ask that agenda item 6.01 be moved from new business to action this evening.
Dr. Anderson, that item has already been moved to action.
I'm sorry?
That item has already been moved to the action agenda.
Just reading my
So, thank you. Agenda item, sorry, Mr. Frisch, go ahead.
Item 6.01 of the agenda is board committee reports.
Then I think we need to update the script to reflect. Thank you, Mr.
I'm looking
Frisch.
at board docs.
So, agenda item 4.04. If you look at board docs, agenda item 4.04.
I am not speaking about 4.04.
Governance Committee recommendations to, agenda item, 4.03, excuse me, School Board Policy 2100, School Staff and Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So 4.03 has been moved to action.
Has been moved to action.
Let me just get the script. Thank you. Then I move that the board approve Policy 2100, Student and Staff Health and Wellness, item 4.03.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Ms. Marin. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you. Just need to find my notes here. The wellness policy, which I just talked about, was previously advertised as new business on March the 10th. Subsequent to that first posting, revisions were made to Section B, the physical activity component, which outlines the division's recess policies. In our last governance committee meeting, legal counsel confirmed, and I welcome Mr. Foster to also share tonight, that it would be appropriate to move this matter into action, so that the new revisions can be voted on, that were already advertised, can be voted on this evening. I'd like to pause at this point and ask Mr. Foster to confirm that this is allowable.
Yes. Mr. Foster?
Yes, Dr. Anderson, it is allowable under Virginia law for the board to go ahead and vote on this as an action item this evening, as you described.
Thank you. Speaking to the policy itself, I hope the board will be in support of this action tonight for a number of reasons. First one being timing. Principals are in the process of developing master schedules for the next school year, and it would be the most optimal for this policy to be in place during that process to provide ample time for them to incorporate daily opportunities for our middle school students to enjoy daily recess breaks. Secondly, mental health professionals have expressed the benefits of a daily break for all, and most importantly, our students who enter our buildings at 7:30 a.m. and don't see a ray of sunshine until dismissal. Third, I do wish to ensure that Ms. Sandy Evans, who represented the Mason District prior to me being in this seat, began this work in 2018. So I do not want to be fully credited with this action because she did begin it, and I'm just happy to be able to carry it forward over the finish line. Thank you.
Ms. Marin, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, please. I think these are outstanding additions to our wellness policy, and I thank the representatives of our school board student health advisory committee who have helped here. I think this goes over nutrition requirements. It goes over sleep, which has become a significant issue in the Hunter Mill District with commercial noise interrupting students' sleep. So it codifies this in the policy, our commitment to restful sleep. And with recess, as Dr. Anderson said, the principals are planning this. This week I've spoken with 2 middle school principals who are trying to figure out how to incorporate the flexibility to have at least 15 minutes of recess, and there's actually been a lot of sharing of what is turning out to be some best practices around how they're going forth. I had one middle school talk about trying to have teachers tag teams so that they could each be responsible for a group that wanted to go outside and a group that wanted to stay inside. Then they're trying different iterations to try and have people assigned and rotate on different spaces inside and outside. This is also dovetailing with conversations the board has had about, again, those mindful spaces, those spaces for kids to be, and if we want to plan that, whether it's ESSER funded or not, this policy will help promote that to happen. I think this also goes, it continues the work that Recess for Fairfax did to get more recess time in elementary school. So by codifying it, it is just solidifying our support to middle school students, having a time to rest and rejuvenate and connect in their school day. So I strongly urge the board to please let's update our wellness policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Thanks very much. I don't know if there's a confusion, but I just want to make sure to try to explain the process to my colleagues and see if that would be helpful. This 2100, the wellness policy, I mentioned at our last meeting that we'd be doing it in two parts, that the first part, which we approved last time, would be the changes from VDOE on different rules with our lunch program, but also with our snack program, and that the second half would be the middle school recess, and that would be coming to us. Because secondary schools are also tied up in this, we were asked by leadership to go ahead and put this on as an action item, so we're happy to discuss it. But because what happens with secondary schools is they are already full on in trying to make their schedules for next year, trying to add 15-minute breaks, because at secondary school, it is both high school and middle school that will be getting the 15-minute break. We were asked to go ahead and get this approved as soon as possible so that principals could finish making their schedules and know that this was an approved action from the board. And so that's why we asked in governance for this to come. Since the wellness policy had already been advertised, we made sure with legal counsel and with our parliamentarian that this could be moved to action so we could all discuss it this time, but so that action would happen before our next meeting, which is not until April 15th.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen, for that clarification, because as you may recall, I actually, when I saw the earlier version, sent out a note asking for why we weren't addressing middle school recess. My challenge tonight is that I reviewed the earlier stuff. I had not seen this. There's a lot of new text here, and we haven't had an opportunity to be fully transparent with the community as to what's here. We had the forum topic where we agreed to and supported the 15 minutes for recess, but there's this disconnect between a forum topic and then the specifics of how we're changing a policy. And so I would actually respectfully ask, since all of our middle schools do know that the 15 minutes is being allocated, that we hold off on the approval of this until we have an opportunity to actually, I mean, I never saw this until tonight. And so that's my only concern, is that I haven't talked to my principals, I haven't talked to community members, and so I would just respectfully ask that we just postpone this until the next board meeting, unless there is something that is operationally unsustainable, and I would like to understand what that is. And I apologize, because I normally don't disrupt things at the dais, and I apologize, but I'd like to better understand what this is and how we got here.
Dr. Brabrand, if you can address, or one of your staff, please address Ms. Corbett-Sanders' question about the operational challenges.
There are none.
Dr. Ivy is not here tonight. She unfortunately had a death in her family, and I'm not fully versed in the timing of whether it needed to be tonight or 2 weeks from now. I do know that we met with middle school principals this week and informed them of what the policy is. I think in the end, the administration knows what the board's going to do either tonight or in 2 weeks, and I'll leave it to the board to decide what is best for the board in terms of passing this. But we have communicated with principals what our expectations are around recess and given them the language that's here tonight. Thanks.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Brabrand. That's all I can say.
Great, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, Dr. Brabrand, I appreciate your candor. What's going through my mind is that this is policy. And so while I'm fortunate to be on governance, and I really appreciated that we talked about this new recess language, and I'm very much in support, I'm comfortable that we find ourselves tonight taking something that's new business, that, as Ms. Corbett-Sanders says, a lot of board members haven't seen. Updating policy is important, and we're about to head into spring break. So what's kind of going through my mind is, Dr. Brabrand, which I know is tough for you to explain, is so we've got next week, that's it. Then we go into a full week of spring break. We come back the following week, and the board's going to vote on it that coming Thursday. So I'm trying to figure out that unless the principals are going to jump on this thing, and next week is so vital for them to do this, which if our superintendent doesn't even know if it's this vital, you guys, then I don't understand why we don't just leave this as new business, allow board members to engage with their constituents, the public, their principals, whatever they want to do, vote this change in on April 14th, which is the next business meeting. Because with spring break, it's not like they're losing a whole lot of work in preparing for this. That's the part that I would really like to know. So as I understand it, the motion before the table is to take a new business item and accept it and move it to action. That's the first thing we have to decide on, correct?
No, Ms. McLaughlin, it is already on action, so the motion on the table is to vote on the policy.
Well, who, I don't remember voting to say we were going to move it. I thought that was the proposal. The proposal is we wish to move it from new business to action. You can't just do that without the board agreeing to amend the agenda. So.
She's right. This is supposed to be a motion without objection to move it to an action item.
I will have some clarification for our parliamentarian.
So the thing is, that it was, yeah.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the procedural history of this matter as well. There was this motion, a motion had been proposed at the last meeting for this policy, and it was being brought up. The wrinkle is that the proposal has changed since then. So it's within the chair can treat this as a new business item since it has changed, and exercise authority under the governance manual to postpone it. Otherwise, it's within the discretion of the body as a whole to go ahead and consider it tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. Unfortunately, I'm trying to follow where that puts us because, again, it was my understanding that when the agenda is set for the evening and the meeting begins, now the agenda belongs to the body. And so if we're going to change the agenda, then the motion is, I motion to change the agenda with the following, which is...
Sorry, point of parliamentary inquiry. This might help.
Oh, wait, Mr. Frisch?
When something is taken from the new business or the consent agenda, it can be done, I'm asking Mr. Morgan, it can be done without objection and put into action item, or it can be made as a motion to do so, correct? And I believe that Dr. Anderson made a motion to move it from new business to action item. And that's what we're currently considering.
Mr. Frisch, Dr. Anderson did not make that motion because it was already moved to the...
May I be recognized?
Hang on a second. Ms. Medea? Did you...
You did. That's when I read 6.03.
Why was there a second?
Unfortunately,
Ms. McLaughlin?
you got, well, the irony is it's been my turn to speak. And then we were asked to confer with.
Go ahead, Ms. McLaughlin.
So I think where we are and what Mr. Frisch stated is that it's one thing for Dr. Anderson saying, without objection, I'd like to do the following. But unless, I mean, there's plenty of us who would have said, yes, we object, and then that's it. So unless that's what we're doing here now, I did not see this body be asked without objection, because we already have plenty of us right now who have objection.
May I be recognized?
Dr. Anderson?
Yes. My initial statement was, without objection, I asked that the policy be moved. I did quote 6.03 in lieu of 4.03. I was informed that it's already on action. I looked surprised, but then I kept on going on with the script. And then I asked for, and I moved the action item. As I was told, it was already on action. Whether I can or cannot, I just responded to what was going on in the room at that time.
All right, Dr. Anderson, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and ask you to ask for your...
That's fine.
Move without objection.
That's
Point
fine.
of order.
We can start again.
Yes, Ms. Marin?
I disagree with if the clerk is verifying that it was done without objection. You know, we have to listen, that's what happened, and the motion was made, so I request that the motion be held.
Point of order.
I'm going to ask...
It takes precedence.
Yes, Mr. Frisch.
As much as it pains me, the way in which a request for without objection was made was not right because it included speeches and a second. And that doesn't happen in a motion for, you spoke to the reason that you wanted it. And that's not part of the process of moving without objection.
May I be recognized, Chair?
Yes, Dr. Anderson.
That is not quite correct, Mr. Frisch, although you're correct in your overall statement, but that's not how this went. When I initially made my request, it was without objection, can this be moved to the business, to action this evening? I was told it's already on action. So I moved to the next piece of the script, where I moved the motion. It was seconded by Ms. Marin, and I spoke to that motion.
Ms. Medea, may I ask you to read back what happened earlier?
Wasn't my thing taken off of consent and just put on an action item? By Megan?
So, based on the records of our clerk, I'm going to go ahead and move on to hearing the substance of Dr. Anderson's motion. So I'm going to go back to Ms. McLaughlin.
Well, my colleagues, I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened here this evening. I respectfully disagree with what is being recounted here. There was definite confusion on what part of the agenda Dr. Anderson was citing, but it was without objection, I'd like to do the following. And we never got the, is there any objection? Because there's plenty of us who would have said, yes, we object because of everything we're saying right now. So I will just say this. I'm a massive proponent of middle school recess. I absolutely want it to happen. Our own superintendent can't tell us that this is going to be a problem if we wait and do this right. And this was a new business item. We are making an important change to our policy, and board members should be able to know it's there, to be able to speak to the public about it, and this is new business. So I can't support this, even though I absolutely support getting this done in 2 weeks' time. I hope all of you will consider that this is absolutely nothing more than that we've got to do this the right way.
Are you making a motion to postpone?
No, respectfully, I want my other colleagues to be able to speak, but I think I've made it really clear that I've just voted down. But if somebody else wants to do a motion to postpone, that's fine too. I don't want to vote on this tonight. But I guess you're right, and maybe Mr. Frisch, you can help me out here, that I don't want to just vote this down and kill it. I just want to
So would you like to make a motion to postpone?
Mr. Frisch, you've got parliamentary procedure down a lot better. What should I?
We can ask our parliamentarian, actually. I would ask Mr. Morgan to answer Ms. McLaughlin's question.
Yes, moving to postpone would not, to postpone until the next meeting would not kill the motion. It would just come up at the next meeting if it's adopted. It requires a second, requires a majority vote. It's up to debate only on whether to postpone or not, but it's a legitimate maneuver that would allow for later discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. So, my colleagues, I do move to postpone and consider take up.
Ms. I'm going to get a second first, and I'll allow you to speak to your motion. Second by Ms. Derenak Kofax. So we have a motion to postpone this for.
Off before I finish the motion.
Sorry.
I have a motion to postpone until the next business meeting.
Until the next business meeting, seconded by Ms. Derenak Kofax. Ms. McLaughlin, do you want to speak to your motion?
I just really hope that people will support the motion to postpone. I think we can accomplish really great things, but I think we need to do justice to this policy change and vote and discuss on it at the next meeting.
Ms. Derenak Kofax?
I agree with everything Ms. McLaughlin said, and this has been significantly changed since it was last seen by the board. We have an extremely busy schedule, and we cannot just bring this up here at the board table with significant changes and not have the opportunity to discuss amongst colleagues outside of this evening.
All right, Ms. Marin?
I think it's one thing to say we support or an individual supports recess. I think it's another to actually do something about it. I have emails from last week talking with constituents saying that March 24th is when this item was going to be on the consent agenda. I managed to read the 5 or 6 sentences that we all probably could have, the 5 or 6 sentences on this on this document days ago. I've spoken with 2 middle school principals today who are actively planning this. This is not a heavy lift. I am woefully embarrassed at how this has played out. As a mother of a rising middle school student, I will completely go to the mat to pass this as soon as possible because our principals are telling us. And I am very frustrated that anyone on this board who is not an active principal at this moment knows more than any principal in our schools, including the 2 that I spoke with today, one of which who is actively planning on incorporating recess. This battle was fought for elementary school recess in the State General Assembly and in this school district. If this board does not want to pass recess policy tonight, we have a big problem. I urge us to pass this. Let's get on with our business and be done. Let's do this and be professional, please.
Mr. Frisch?
A couple things. One, I don't think it is fair to say that something is not before the public when it's on new business and when it's been posted online for several days. Additionally, if that's not sufficient for the public, then why would people be willing to allow it to sit on new business and advance to the next round? Why wouldn't they want to yank it off the new business altogether? If people don't feel that the way that this item is posted to the public is sufficient, then it shouldn't be sufficient for the new business section of the agenda either. What you have in front of you is the product of extreme deliberation by the governance committee. I'm not going to speak for Dr. Ivey, but I will say what she said in our committee. She said that principals want to implement this, they are working on it, and having clarity over what the parameters are will assist them in that work. What does that mean? Sometimes we act like a principal can just drop everything and come back to something. That's not how their job works. They want to get this done so that they can plan for the year ahead. And what they don't want to do is have to do it twice because we changed it. The amount of care and attention that staff gave to talking to principals, and when they came back and we didn't like it, they went back and did it again. And when we didn't like that, they did it again, twice. Governance committee, public meeting. All of them. Do people show up? Not always, very rarely, but it's public. Forum topic, public. Board docs, public. This session, public. As an action item, an opportunity to discuss it in public. And we've been talking about it for about 30 minutes, which is probably plenty of time to have read any of the changes that are in red. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Ms. Cohen?
I'm just going to wait until my colleagues can stop.
Board members? I called on Ms. Cohen, so please.
It's frustrating, to be honest, that in the 30 minutes that we've all been fighting about parliamentary procedure and the like, and arguing with each other, we probably all could have read the words that were changed. The following words are added: and middle school. Supervised recess will be provided to all elementary school students daily for a minimum total of 30 minutes. Recess shall be provided in 2 segments as practicable, with one of the recess segments being at least 15 minutes in length. Supervised recess will be provided to all middle school students daily for a minimum total of 15 minutes in length in one segment. If there are safety or security concerns that impact recess, the principal or designee will review the circumstances and take appropriate action in each case. Elementary and middle schools will create a schedule that allows for students to participate in daily outdoor recess, weather permitted. That's it. That's the whole thing. And I thought that having an action item, just like many things that we do, just like the budget tonight, is an opportunity for us to have a conversation about something that's been through a forum topic, that's been through 3 rounds of the governance committee that anybody could have come to, and then comes here with, I think, I don't mean to overstate the policy and the hard work that went into it, but is a very understandable and reasonable thing. Middle school kids should get 15 minutes. It's outside if it can be. If something safety or security is related, then the principal is going to review that. Making policy up here is permissible, especially when our principals are saying, could we get this done so we can just get the schedules done? So I guess I just don't understand how this devolves into this. So I apologize for my level of frustration, but I just don't understand why we can't just knock this out. But if we're just going to keep arguing for the next hour and keep other people here, then pull it, because this is ridiculous.
Dr. Anderson?
Thank you very much. I do want to state a few things. One, Dr. Ivy did share how important this was that we just get it done so principals can plan. When we began talking about this last year, one of the conversations we had, this is right after the forum topic, this was April was when we had that forum topic. And some principals did reach out and had conversations with me and trying to plan for this in advance of the policy. This did not result in consistent implementation or anything. It ended up being people did what they could because we did not have anything in writing last April. I remember this because I've been working on this thoroughly. I will also say this, as somebody who had been a middle school principal, spring break or no spring break, that's a great planning time for developing your next year's master schedule because it's quiet and not everybody takes off. I would hate for us to revisit the same situation we had last year and place our principals in a space where they have to run around and struggle and rush for a few sentences which Ms. Cohen just read. I don't know how we got here, but we don't have to stay here. So I'm sorry, I will not be supporting the motion to delay.
Ms. Corbett Sanders?
Yes, thank you. We're kind of getting things mixed together, and that's unfortunate because, as I've said earlier in the evening, I fully supported and actually made a phone call regarding just, where was the middle school start time or recess piece in here. When we adopted, and I believe we adopted on the consent agenda the original discussion of this document was to address the nutrition services piece. And that was supposed to have been adopted tonight, correct? And it had been, so then this new additional language was added. I see that it was added last Friday, is that correct? And I will say, I had looked at this when it was first put on new business and did not know that it was going to change between when it was on new business and tonight. In principle, I'm supportive of this language. My one question that I have, which is why I wanted the opportunity to speak to my middle school principals, because had I known that there was this major change, I would have reached out to them. And unfortunately, I wasn't aware of this change because of my reading. I did my prep work for this when it first went on the new business, so I apologize for that. I didn't think that it was changed between the two, especially because of conversations I'd had. But my question is actually on item number 6. And so item number 6, which says no part of recess shall be withheld by teachers or instructional staff to manage behavior. My concern about that is I don't know where our principals are on that language. And that's the language I want to be able to speak to my principals about, because it says by teachers or instructional staff. It doesn't say if there's a behavioral interventionist who says I need to work with this student for a specific reason, or it doesn't say that it's a counselor that needs to work with a student or anything else. I don't know if it covers that. We want to make sure everybody
Ms.
has
Corbett
that
Sanders,
time.
this motion right now is just on whether we postpone, so I think.
Okay, so that's my concern. And if somebody can explain to me what the challenge is on the 2 weeks, because this was originally not on the agenda as it was posted, and then it got changed today. So I'm trying to get to yes. Yes, it was.
Mr. Frisch, Ms. Cohen? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Cohen?
Ask Ms.
Mr. Frisch, Ms. Cohen, Ms. McLaughlin, it was on as new business. It's been posted on. Ms. Corbett Sanders, did you have a question you wanted to answer? You wanted to answer the challenge of postponing 2 weeks?
Yes, my big question is, because, and actually I have two, it's what would be the challenge by postponing for 2 weeks? Is that an operational challenge that would cause undue harm, that would cause a real wrench in it, in the process. And then I do want for a clarification, just from, because was this originally on new business tonight, or was it, I'm just trying to figure out where we were at.
It was on new business for tonight, and it was posted on new business originally for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brabrand, Dr. Brabrand?
The board's debating a process question. I think there's a lot of agreement around this policy. Some of you haven't had a chance to look at it as fully as you'd like. My imagining is that there's a lot of board consensus. It's about when. We're going to make it work whether you pass it tonight or in 2 weeks. Dr. Ivy committed to the governance committee. I was there for much of it, that we would follow through on this policy. And I was there earlier this week when we told principals that this policy would be before the board. We didn't get into telling the principals whether it was going to be voted on tonight or in 2 weeks. I think, again, you're all now in the debating of the how of new business versus this consent motion, nothing of which staff had any involvement in. So I think the board has to decide whether this is something, the 5 or 6 sentences that you all have added require additional engagement by yourselves, the public, and it's not, in my view, my decision as superintendent to decide. This is the board's. So that's what I would say. But I will also say, whenever this passes, the principals are going to implement it, and they have been notified by the deputy superintendent and by me as superintendent of schools that they will follow this policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, you know what? I realize I've got some board members who are very angry right now, but this needs to be said. We do our best work when we speak to an issue and we're respectful to one another. I've got a board member accusing some of us of being unprofessional. So here's what makes this all really problematic. This showed up as a new business item. The members who are most anxious to have this on, 3 out of the 4 are on governance. I am the 4th member of governance. I'm very comfortable with the language. I'm very comfortable to support it because I had the chance to vet it. At no time is anyone who's pushing for this to get voted on tonight alerted the board members, hey, I would like to move this from new business tonight to action, and here's why. It got changed from new business to action just moments ago. That reality hasn't changed. And if we are not going to be sensitive to one another, that just because 4 of us on governance and anyone else who wants this to go through had seen it as new business and was comfortable voting on it tonight, that's great. But the name calling and the accusations of unprofessionalism, I just want everybody to understand, if we really want to be a better board, think about what professionalism looks like. Don't throw it out and say horrible things like one board member did to me, but instead just say, I'd like to move this to action. I want to make you aware of it, and that's why I support this motion to postpone. If it fails, that's okay. You know what? I'm going to vote for the change, but what I really resent is any board member, and we all heard it tonight, implying that me or anyone else who didn't vote for this language was a fake and a phony and doesn't believe in middle school recess. It was said here tonight, and that's what hurts our work and our relationships with one another. So I just felt this really needed to be said because, you guys, we can't keep doing this to each other, and it's been happening tonight.
Ms. Omesh?
Whew, okay, deep breaths, everybody. I actually just wanted to step in here because I think fundamentally we have a challenge with trust. I think it's been named. I think it just speaks for itself, which is why we're not able to move along something that has, a lot of work has been put into, but folks feel blindsided or whatever it is. I think I remind myself first to presume positive intent. I think there seems to have been process here and conversations with principals that not all of us were privy to, but that have occurred to get us where we are. So, okay, the question is, here's where we find ourselves. How do we salvage this? I wanted to ask again, I know Dr. Brabrand was just addressing, whether this is urgent or not. I know Dr. Ivy's not here, so Becky Bainig, maybe you can step in here in terms of the conversations that have occurred with principals. Can we just deflate the room a little bit? Everybody just pause and let's look at this policy that's in front of us, because we can spend this time now determining this rather than continuing to be upset at each other and then next time having another conversation around the same thing. So if this is going to be considered tonight, let's get on the same page about what the merits are of this, because there seems to have been extensive work on it, and perhaps we can move good work along. So please, can you speak to what the
Sure.
process has been? 'Cause
All right,
not
so-
all of us are aware of that.
So right now, this is a motion just on postponing, so.
No, I understand, but if we come to a place where we're okay moving forward, we can vote against the motion to postpone without disrespecting one another. And that's what I'm trying to get at right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Please.
Sure, Ms. Omish. I mean, many board members have said it who have been involved in this work. I've not been as directly involved as Dr. Ivy has with governance, and Dr. Brabrand said it. Our staff will be ready, whether it is tonight or whether it's 2 weeks from now, to implement this change. They're ready. They're planning for it already. So
Yeah. I mean, we have exceptional staff who will make do. I guess obviously there was rationale for Ms. Cohen bringing this forward as the governance chair to be thinking about this. In the planning process where principals are right now, I assume this is the case, but how much more conducive is it? Is there an urgency here, or are we?
Well, we've gone through, certainly at the secondary level, they've gone through course selection. They've now gotten, last Friday, they received their staffing sheets, so they are in high gear. Now they are ready to build those master schedules. And over spring break, I'm sure there'll be many DSSs at work on those master schedules. That said, I think if it's 2 weeks, they'll make that work. But whomever, I was not in the conversation in which this was discussed and making it a little bit more expedient. The conversations I'm aware of, it was the later date in April that it was going to come to the board. And that's what we were planning on. Even as a RAS EP team, we have a plan to meet the following Monday after that scheduled board meeting to talk about implementation across all 5 regions. So that's what we've been planning for.
Okay. And then in terms of the thinking around this, so I'm assuming it was shared, principals have had a back and forth, they didn't like the original idea, we went back, et cetera. Can someone just give us a timeline, please? What are some of those conversations that occurred? What is the rationale?
Ms. Amash, once again, this is the motion to postpone.
No,
so
I know,
that's,
but this
Ms. Amash, this is a conversation to have on the main motion in terms of the
No, it's
policy.
not. I'm trying to have us fail the motion to postpone and come at a place where we can come together, being on the same page around this motion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The motion to postpone right now is just motion to postpone. Then the conversation about the substance of the policy is to come together. So.
No, I understand. I'm asking questions that I need to determine whether we're postponing or not.
Okay.
So if you could please walk me through the timeline of engagement that has occurred or not occurred up to this point for this policy. And then number 2, the rationale behind some of the reasoning. So it was shared that, science backs some of these ideas. I see that we're changing kind of 2 breaks versus 1, et cetera. Please help us understand the good reasoning that's that's occurred here and the timeline of engagement that's come up, happened this far, so that it's not this, we just saw a policy and are voting on it. We have to be brought along clearly tonight. So,
Abrar, I think Ms. Bainig said it. I've tried to say it. We anticipated a later date for when the board would pass. But that was the conversation that was had at chairs. There's conversations that happen after chairs. I'm not aware of them. I am not aware of all the conversations that board members have, or there's been conversations tonight. I don't know. I would say I, as superintendent, believed that it was going to not pass finally in final form for another 2 weeks, and Ms. Bainig told you that our RAS and EPs, again, Dr. Ivy directly supervises them. We're setting up the meeting. This board can determine when it wants to pass any policy. Policy is determined by the board, not the superintendent.
Please hear my question, though. I'm not objecting to the urgency questions resolved. I'm asking about how how these ideas make sense and what the thinking around them has been.
Dr. Brabrand, I could just say briefly that, you know, the administration has been working with our principals really for 12 months in a back and forth dialogue about how to operationalize this policy. And the members of the governance committee have been really helpful and patient in that collaborative process, and we really appreciated that, so that we would be able to craft language that the principals felt that they could operationalize. You know, for example, one of their concerns was supervision, and how are we going to supervise large numbers of students with limited staff? The way the policy language has been crafted, we feel like we've been able to address that concern. So we feel very comfortable with the policy language here, and again, I think it's just a question of when the board wants to pass the policy.
And can you speak just a little bit to the thinking around the particulars of it too? Like, I don't know if the 15, 30 minute, et cetera, why those are good ideas?
I mean, that is what we've been doing. That is exactly what we currently do at elementary and in the middle school. So I wasn't in those conversations, but I can't imagine there was any debate because it's our current reality.
Okay, so, and this is what I'm trying to get at. We are codifying what is existing practice to standardize to some degree.
No, the middle schools, there are two different approaches
Right. Sorry,
that have
that's
been taken
different.
this year. Same amount of time, but not necessarily daily recess.
Right. Sorry, I was referring to 1530, but yes, thank you. So we're expanding it to middle school. So Tammy, Megan, I was on a similar page where you guys are starting this conversation. I think just hearing this, we're expanding to middle school. It seems like we're codifying, and some of this, we're codifying language that's already in practice. There seem to be back and forth that has happened with principals. I think maybe we can deliver a win tonight and move forward. I certainly am open to hearing where people are still like a little bit reserved, but I wanted us to move in a little bit constructive way because we're going to end up having another conversation next 2 weeks, and it probably isn't worth it if these have already been happening on the back end. But so that's my 2 cents, and I'm going to vote down the motion to postpone only with that in mind, but certainly wanting to respect all my colleagues and where they're at.
If I may ask so, Ms. Amash, was that? Thank you. Ms. Jarnock-Kofax, did you want to speak again?
I'd like to be recognized when it's my turn.
So, a few things here. I was not made aware that this was going to action. I was not consulted that this is needing to happen. I will tell you without throwing people under the bus, I have had a middle school principal that is not happy, and I want to speak to that individual. Much like Karen Corbett-Sanders said, I haven't spoken to everyone. I spoke to everyone on a first go-round, but I did not on a second, and I have one that has great concerns. And if I pass this tonight, my credibility is lost because of a jump in process issue. And that is not... It is not a typical, it is not good practice, it is not good governance to take something at the last minute and not talk to our colleagues, not huddle, not be together. And so we are left having to continue this kind of, bureaucratic dance just to have information out to our community, out to our principals. And while I appreciate that Dr. Ivy has done this, she's not here to tell me, maybe if she was, that, oh, everything's okay. But Dr. Brabrand and Ms. Bainick have said now that it's okay if we wait 2 weeks. And I think if we wait 2 weeks, we will pass it like that, because those of us who were not informed about the jump from new business to action will now feel like we can go to our community and we can speak to them. So that is where I am. That's why I supported what Ms. McLaughlin said. And the frustration, you have to understand, the frustration goes both ways. No one's saying you didn't do a good job. No one's saying that this may not be, but there are some unanswered questions in my mind from my community. And to just do it this way, I do not feel comfortable about it. So my frustration is as deep as others, and that is my very specific reason why I supported the second.
All right, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, we're now, what, an hour into this conversation, when this was essentially a glitch this was supposed to fix. At the end of every governance committee meeting, she's leaving now, but our chair, our governance chair, she works tirelessly with the clerk to try to determine when things should be placed on the agenda. This was already on the agenda for new business. And the conversation was, does this have to be advertised as new business again? Mr. Foster says no, because you already had advertised this as new business. And we even explicitly said, even when there is a new component, he's like, revisions are made all the time. If we think about boundaries, we come up, we have boundary conversations, we send things out, then lots of things happen in between, and at the next time when it's voted upon, there's lots of new stuff that show up in those plans. This evening, when I was reviewing the agenda, because I have seen this policy before, it's been posted since Friday of the 18th, I asked our chair, oh, this is not on consent. She's like, oops, this is a mistake. It's supposed to be on consent. And having all the conversations, consent didn't make sense, so here it is. It made sense from a parliamentary point of view to pull it to be a new business. This is not a surprise. This is not a gotcha. This was supposed to be on consent today. Why it didn't get there? I don't know. But it was supposed to be on consent today. Hence, because we couldn't just move things into consent, but we could move it into this kind of discussion. This has been posted for multiple days. Dr. Ivy has worked with the principals so much over this. I know because she comes back to governance. We have a phone call about it. Over and over and over again. There's none of them who don't know that this exists. We have literally made a mountain out of a molehill this evening. This was supposed to be fixing a glitch. This was supposed to be on consent tonight.
Mr. Frisch?
I'd like to call a question.
Ms. Omeish, yours was up from before, which has been happening.
No, point of order. I raised my light after that.
All right, Ms. Omeish. What?
Yeah, I did just want to say, since I had just stated reasons why we can all come together, I think courtesy for a colleague when there's no urgency from staff on the policy itself is a good enough reason, frankly. And clearly, if we don't have the trust with each other that is warranted, I think this would be a gesture of respect and goodwill on something that will not be harmed at all. So making sure that we invest that in the principal that's concerned, potentially more of them, and with Ms. Derenak-Koufax's added consideration, I will support this motion.
All right. If I may ask, take a privilege to ask my colleagues, once you speak, to turn your light off, because it's been difficult to keep track. That would be helpful. Mr. Frisch?
I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Dr. Anderson seconds. So I'd like to take a vote. All those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed? That passes, so the question has been called. The motion on the table is to postpone the item for 2 weeks till the next business meeting. On postponing the main motion until the next board meeting. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's Ms. Tolan, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Derenak-Koufax, myself, Ms. Omeish, and Ms. Corbett-Sanders. 1, 2, 3. All right, so that, all those opposed? Dr. Anderson, Ms. Marin, Ms. Cohen, all those abstaining? Ms. Tolan, did you vote? Mr. Frisch is abstaining. That motion passes. So this agenda item will be postponed for, the main motion will be postponed for 2 weeks till the next business meeting. Thank you. Agenda item, hold on 1 second, please. Let me find my spot. The Governance Committee recommended changes to the Strategic Governance Manual regarding the motions tracker agenda has been moved from the consent agenda to action at the request of a board member. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for the motion.
I move to approve the Governance Committee recommended changes to the governance manual regarding the school board motions tracker process.
Is there a second? Ms. Cohen? Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, briefly. I wanted to pull this from consent to action because I really wanted to make sure, A, that our board members were aware of this really significant and important change to our governance manual. You know, this was presented by our Office of the Auditor General in work that the board had asked her to do as part of her audit. It was my understanding that it got presented to the audit committee, so I would like to hear from audit committee members as well. But why this is so essential is because, as many board members are aware, for too long, for too many years, board members wondered what happened to our follow-on motions, what happened to our directives to the superintendent, why some of them would go years without ever being addressed and answered. And the audit revealed that the superintendent and his team did not have any tracking process at all. And that's why really important things where the board gives direction were falling through the cracks. And so I just wanted to spotlight this because I think this is a really positive thing that's happened, and I wanted to make sure you're all aware of it, that it's there, and that we will now have a responsibility to really make sure it functions well for us in partnership with the superintendent and his team.
Ms. Cohen, you want to speak to your second?
Yes, this is something that my understanding is it was brought to last year's governance committee, audit committee as a recommendation from the Auditor General. As we see, things tend to move slowly, and so it did not come to the governance committee until this year. Ms. Coe made a presentation to the audit committee, to the governance committee at our February meeting. It was then put on new business at our last board meeting, and therefore now has come up for consent in this meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Omesh?
I just had a question. Do we have a costing for what this will require?
Dr. Brabrand?
I don't believe there's any costing. We've worked with the superintendent's office to have a very, very strong relationship with the board office to track this, and the tracker process is something we developed internally with IT support, so I don't anticipate any issues.
Yes, and we're using current tools to track these processes.
Thank you. That's helpful.
All right. Seeing no other members who wish to... Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, I just didn't want this to go by without personally thanking both the Audit Committee Chair and the Governance Committee Chair for their hard work on this, because the expedient manner in which the Governance Committee took on this issue within a month of getting it turned over from audit was impressive, and so I just wanted to personally thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other board members who wish to speak, I will call for the vote. The motion before us is on the screen. All those in favor? And that is unanimous with Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Mikarsky away from the table. Agenda item 6, consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. The consent agenda items are on the screen. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote on these items this evening, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. The new business items are on the screen. Board committee reports. Ms. Cohen will give a Governance Committee update at the next meeting, and Ms. Dearnach Kofax, I call on Ms. Dearnach Kofax for an Audit Committee report.
Thank you. The Audit Committee met on March 16th. We discussed the overall internal audit engagement status, where we noted that all approved engagements are proceeding as scheduled. The Auditor General also presented the internal inquiry updates, where the Office of the Auditor General received inquiries via different means, including the Anonymous Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Hotline. The Office of the Auditor General presented the community use audit results to the Audit Committee. A total of 8 moderate risk findings and 16 recommendations were noted, which management concurred with. Representatives from the Department of Facilities and Transportation Services joined the discussion and were present to answer committee questions. The Audit Committee unanimously agreed to forward this full report to the board, and it was shared with the full board last Friday on 3/18. And I do encourage all my colleagues to look at it. It's quite comprehensive, and but it's so I just encourage you to look at it. Should the board prefer a presentation or discussing this audit report, we can do so. So that's why I encourage you to look at it, and then I will work with the chair and vice chair to bring this forward, because it's robust. And last but not least, we discussed the quarterly OAG audit recommendation status, and we briefed the Audit Committee members on the progress related to the recommendations resulting from prior audits. We also provided a deeper look into the fiscal 2020 construction contract management audit recommendations, which are now complete. And our next meeting will be on Wednesday, April 20th at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, Board Matters. I call on Dr. Anderson.
Given the hour, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Ms. Marin.
Sure, I'll briefly review the top item that I wrote out this morning, which was to share about the work I've done this week on middle school recess, to promoting spaces for wellness and calm and playing, connecting with friends. Thanks to Herndon Middle and High School parent Brett Fox for her efforts to make lots of connections and inform me about the lack of some recess equipment on middle school playgrounds, and really elevating the idea that as we change policy, hopefully in the near future, we're also going to need to think about funding and equipment, and also maybe a culture shift that, middle school hasn't traditionally been thought of as having time for recess, and so just getting staff and families on board with that new and needed point. Relatedly, also to the wellness policy that I was expecting action on tonight is about sleep. I've been working with constituents in the town of Vienna about commercial noise that's been impacting the sleep of their children, at least 36 children, and working with town leadership on and educating them on how, among many things, the school division has spent $5 million to adjust high school start times in the effort to protect sleep. So that wellness policy really is so critical, and as I work on these issues, I am eager for the board to uphold its duty to update policy on a very reasonable time schedule. I also want to, I've been talking with instructional staff and facilities about further outdoor learning spaces, had great conversations, thanks to Principal Dabari of Westfield High School and Maggie Grove of Wolf Trap Elementary for joining me, and teachers and staff and families and students about outdoor learning and creating spaces for learning and play. And also school food. I've been working on that issue and talking with students, including a student who started a petition about it. I also want to be sure to thank our clerks, Ms. Beverly Madeja and Ms. Laura Cornell, for your work these last few days. We've been undertaking a large task in finding leadership that will take over the helm, and I just want to thank you for your outstanding work. You're working way crazy, and I really appreciate it. And I just want to say Happy Nowruz, or Persian New Year, to those celebrating, and have a great spring break.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan?
Thank you. I did want to talk about an item on our consent agenda, although I didn't pull it off. I'm excited that tonight we approved new instructional resources for elementary and middle school science. As many are aware, our FCPS science curriculum is a hands-on, inquiry-based approach to learning the content and processes of science. The resources that we approved tonight will supplement that curriculum by providing aligned reading materials that will deepen understanding of science content and develop scientific literacy skills. In addition, we have approved the purchase of Gizmos, an online simulation tool for grades 3 through 8, which allows students to engage with scientific processes such as generating and testing hypotheses, as well as interactive case studies that explore real-world problems. I want to thank our committee made up of board appointees. I know I had an appointee that worked really hard keeping me up to date on what was happening. Teachers and administrators for their expertise and thoughtful consideration. It will be exciting to see these new resources in our classrooms in the fall. I do want to take just a second to thank our speakers from Falls Church High School and just mention to the general public, and including our speakers tonight, that our Facilities Planning Advisory Committee is looking into the communication around our capital projects, and we've been talking with facilities about that. And we have 3 new positions, proposed in our FY23 budget for our planning office. And I am advocating that at least one of those positions is focused on communication planning, and I hope we can make some clear changes around that soon. And I was happy once again recently to be a judge for the Regional Science Fair. Always amazed at the wide array of study our students are engaged in. I think I have lots of great things to say about Dranesville, but I'm going to give my time, given the hour that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, real quickly, I know there's only 7 of us here left, but I did want to say to each of you that I continue to have incredible trust and faith in everyone's intentions, in your integrity, in your commitment to this work. I know tonight wasn't pretty. I think my greatest disappointment was that where there was a request for grace for board members who were not on governance, did not know this was going to be brought into an action item, simply just wanted to have time to be able to go to their district leaders, their community, and ask the questions. We had staff say that it was going to be okay to wait the additional few weeks. And it's really hard when we lose sight of the fact that this doesn't need to be personalized. I have to say this is one of the tougher meetings in a while. The amount of innuendo, calling people unprofessional, saying that if you didn't vote for this tonight, you don't support middle school recess. I just hope we don't do that to each other going forward. And I really am sorry that some of our colleagues are gone, because I would want them to know that this was never about anyone not wanting to trust, respect, or support their advocacy. It's just this did catch people by surprise. Even if it was an agenda item glitch, the bottom line is we saw something as new business and a request was made to move it to action. If staff had said this was crucial, I think we would have approached this differently. So I know it's very late, but I really wanted to try and end on a healing note. I really have appreciated that we've been spending a lot of time together, and I've actually felt that we're all giving our best to one another. And so, Dr. Brabrand, to the few of the team that are left here, I do want to reassure you, I think we really are trying to find our common commitment to one another, and I'm sorry that it led to a very late night tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Dernak-Kofax?
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin, for saying that. I'm going to move in a different direction, though. I want to congratulate the Hayfield Hawks, who won the Virginia State Boys Basketball Championship. And we will be honoring them soon at a meeting very soon, but they won with a 32-0 record. 32 wins and 0 losses for the Hawks. So I can't wait to see all the young men here, and I know all of my colleagues will be just as excited to meet them as I am. I wanted to congratulate Whitman Middle School for earning their recognized ASCA model program, the RAMP accreditation. ASCA is the American Counselors Association, and RAMP recognizes schools committed to delivering comprehensive data-informed counseling programs. These programs align with the ASCA national model, and they exemplify school counseling at its best. It's not an easy certification to get, so congratulations to them. And finally, in honor of arts in our schools, I will just say, coming in May, we will have at Edison High School Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. Hayfield will be presenting Disney's Beauty and the Beast, April 28th through the 30th. And the Mount Vernon Pyramid Concert will be held Tuesday, March 29th in the Field House. So I hope to make it to one of those events, or maybe all. But again, thank you to everyone, all of our teachers who give so much back to our students and our community and really make FCPS a better place by all you do for our arts, for our students who want to participate in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, thank you. Been a couple of weeks where it's just been so enjoyable and refreshing and joyful to be in our classrooms with our students. And I wanted to bring attention, Dr. Brabrand, you should have received a wonderful file folder filled with letters from the 4th grade class at Bellevue Elementary, whom were advocating for full snow days and not virtual snow days. And so I want to let you know that they were incredible advocates and very talented writers. And I did respond on the school board's behalf to them, and I was able to participate in them advocating and presenting their arguments. Along the same lines, we had a wonderful event at Mount Vernon High School this morning where the Connection newspapers, working with a local nonprofit, were giving out gift certificate prizes for the top 3 letters to the editor. But there will be, I think, a total of 10 letters to the editor that the kids at Mount Vernon High School wrote that will be profiled in the next coming weeks in the Gazette. So please take the opportunity to read those great letters. And I also want to once again congratulate all of our great musicians in the that have received honor band status, that have been participating in the run-ups to the National Drumline competitions, which will be coming up in Indiana next month. And finally, I want to thank both Grand Involve for having me at their quarterly meeting this morning. It was refreshing to see all of the wonderful volunteers and a great example of intergenerational benefits of volunteering. They are in our Title I schools, and so I urge people to look into volunteering with the Grand Involve. And finally, I want to thank the Mount Vernon and Lee Chamber of Commerce leadership program that was today, where we had a great opportunity to talk about all the workforce development and career and technical education activities here in Fairfax County.
Thank you. Ms. Omesh?
Thank you. Building off of the sentiments of Ms. McLaughlin, I'm hopeful that we'll move forward in ways that don't make the work personal, but I'm also inspired by actually what Ms. Tolan talked about way early on in our meeting, of our incredible students who have won the Fairfax County Peace Awards across the county, doing incredible work in our community that really, I mean, just again gives us hope as to what the future holds. So congratulations to all those students. Also, huge congratulations to a number of countywide recognitions over the past few weeks. 12 of our students have won in the Virginia DECA competitions. We've also had 6 schools that were recognized for their online content and the useful tools that they're able to provide. So it is actually a nice connection that today we honored our librarians because much of that was part of their effort. And then finally, we also had 10 students who advanced to the regional science fair where they partook in quite a spread of interesting topics: hydroelectric turbines, intelligence of autonomous vehicles, the work of the lichens and their effect on oxygen, all kinds of really interesting work that our students are doing and innovating through. So congratulations to those students for their excellent work. And then finally, I do want to wish our community members who observe Persian New Year a Happy New Year, and those families who will be fasting and observing Ramadan, a blessed month. Hopefully an opportunity for us to rejuvenate and center ourselves in tough times. This weekend, I am very excited to be going to the high school interscholastic tournament that is hosted on a regional level where many of our Fairfax County students will be competing. And I was very lucky to be invited to be the Saturday keynote, so I'm looking forward to joining those students and celebrating with them.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch?
In the interest of time, I will pass. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just say I appreciate my colleagues for a difficult meeting tonight. And I know passions were high and tensions were high. And I just wanted to put out there that it is in the governance manual that the agendas are set in chairs. And we try as much as possible to balance everything and to communicate with everybody. And we've all had some very long, several days and weeks. And so I think it would be just wonderful for all of us and to just really try as much as possible to give each other grace as we move through these few weeks. But it is something we try as best as possible in chairs to balance everything and make everything work smoothly and make sure that our colleagues have enough time to review policies and also make sure we work efficiently and respect the work of our committees. So thank you. Good night. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.